Right, President Morocco, we are ready to go. We are live.
Okay, awesome. Okay. Okay, welcome to the April 17th, isn't it? Meeting. We are going to start with the roll call. Trustee Alvarado.
Present.
Trustee Vargas.
Here.
Trustee Markov.
Here.
Trustee Martin. Here. And I'm Trustee Morocco and I'm here. And let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Markov, would you like to lead us in that?
Sure. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So we're going to start with the approval of the agenda, but we need to pull 8A. Our presenter is under the weather. So
Which item?
President Morocco.
8A, yes.
We still need to do the land acknowledgement.
Oh, I thank you so much. I completely spaced on that. Okay. Okay, so the land acknowledgement. Yes, you're right. Here, all right. No. It's here. There it is. No, I got it. The land acknowledgement is, we acknowledge the Payom Kowicham, the people of the West, as the traditional land caretakers of the land on which Vista Unified School District was built and its surrounding traditional cultural landscapes. Today, the Payom Kowicham are known as Luceño and are made up of seven bands: La Joya, Paula, Palma, Pachanga, Rincon, San Luis Rey, and Soboba. We, Vista Unified School District, are mindful of the indigenous peoples in this place, and we pay our respects to the Luceño, past, present, and future. We are grateful to have the opportunity to be part of this community in Luceño territory and to honor their history, culture, and perseverance of spirit. Thank you. Okay, now we will move on. Okay, I will, we need to pull item 8A. Our presenter is under the weather and cannot do the presentation. So, with that, I would,
So sorry to interrupt. Did you have any actions to report out of closed?
no
Okay, I'm
actions.
sorry. Thank you.
We're checking on one more thing.
Okay,
Yeah, we're good.
okay. So I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda, unless item 8A. So moved by trustee Martin,
Second.
seconded by trustee Markov. Okay, then we are,
President Markov, we have discussion about the agenda.
certainly.
Just for knowledge, are we doing questions, a round of questions, and then a round of discussion so that we can time everything accordingly when we get to everything?
So what you're saying, we do questions to the presenters and then discussion. Okay. Moving on. We are moving on to public comments. Items.
We haven't voted to approve the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. All those, if we have a motion and a second, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, trustee Alvarado. Okay, now public comments. Is this? Kristen Childs.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Doyle. First of all, thank you for VUSD's commitment to equity, anti-racism, and honoring the diversity of the community we serve. My name is Kristen Childs. As an educator, I was deeply concerned to hear the U.S. Department of Education recently sent letters to districts throughout the country denying federal funding unless they agree to the department's current interpretation of no diversity, equity, and inclusion. It would be devastating to lose any federal funding, which makes up approximately 8 to 11% of our district's operating budget. California receives $8 billion for the Individuals with Disability Act, Title I, Pell Grants, and Career and Technical Education Grants. We cannot afford to lose those funds. Public education, the foundation upon which our future is built, is where future leaders learn how to think critically and build the knowledge base they need to lead our communities, states, and country. However, the U.S. Department of Education's new requirement to provide federal funding is untenable. While some may believe DEI only applies to hiring practices, if we look at other institutions already impacted by similar policies, we see the current interpretation is much more than that. The U.S. Naval Academy recently released a list of 381 library books they removed to comply with executive orders. Included among the book topics were LGBTQ+ and various forms of discrimination. Books on historical topics such as the Holocaust, lynching, the Ku Klux Klan, and Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings were also removed. When I studied this list, I realized VUSD cannot agree to these terms. If we agree, it will be impossible to teach history or current events. With this interpretation, we cannot discuss or study books about slavery, Jim Crow laws, Holocaust survivors, or various groups who have fought for their civil rights against injustice. Who are we as a country if we cannot teach our students the good and bad that make our imperfect legacy as a country and world? How can our students avoid repeating the mistakes of the past if they never learn about them? Who are we as a district if we refuse to expose students to the ideas with which they might disagree? Exposure to the ideas of others is what helps students learn to think critically and form a sense of who they will be. This interpretation of no DEI goes against everything we stand for as a district and country. We must stand together to advocate for our students. They are watching us and learning how we respond to this moment. Do we want to teach them to cover up mistakes and deny their existence? Or do we want to show them that when they make mistakes, they can own them, learn from them, and grow in the process? Let's show them we are stronger when we embrace our country's imperfect legacy and grow together as a country rather than repressing the past and denying the mistakes we have made.
Thank you.
Moving on, we're going to do our reports from school-related organizations. Vista Teachers Association.
Oh, we have
The charter.
6A is the charter, the public hearing, so.
Oh,
Script.
yeah, sorry.
No worries. You want me to give you the script?
Sure. Okay, so 6A is our charter renewal presentation and public hearing. Okay. We are now moving to the public hearing for the renewal of North County Trade Tech High School's charter petition. In accordance with Education Code Section 47605, the purpose of this hearing is to allow stakeholders and members of the public the opportunity to comment on the proposed charter renewal. Please note that this hearing is informational, and part of the legally required process to assess support and gather public input. No action will be taken by the board tonight. The board will consider the renewal of formal action at a subsequent meeting. At this time, I'd like to invite representatives from North County Trade Tech High School to present an overview of its renewal petition, including a summary of their educational program, academic performance, and governance as part of their request for renewal. Following the presentation, we will open the public hearing to provide an opportunity for members of the public to comment on the petition. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Chloe Medina, and I am the principal of North County Trade Tech High School. It's a privilege to be here tonight, and I thank you for the opportunity to tell you a bit about our educational program as part of our charter renewal petition. So during this presentation, I'll describe who we serve, some elements of our climate and culture, the key features of our educational program, how we're currently measuring student success, and some of the goals we have for the future, accountability and operations, as well as an update on our LCAP and WASC status. We're a small alternative charter school. We currently serve 154 students. Over 40% of those students are transfers from other high schools. 9th grade is our smallest class. And we have open enrollment at all grade levels. There's some, sorry, Dr. Doyle.
Just let me know when you'd like me to.
Okay, I'll tell you next slide.
No problem.
Sorry. Over 34% of our students receive services through individualized educational programs. 15% of our students are English learners, and there's additional demographic data on the slide as well. Next slide, please. So
He's gonna help you with the microphone.
What would I do without him? I was trying to use my teacher voice. I didn't know. I'm like, just kidding. Thank you. Some key features of our climate and culture are our advisory curriculum. So we have a unique advisory program. It meets daily for all students, 9th through 12th grade. And it consists of community building, community circles, social emotional curriculum, career readiness programming, and the most important feature is the personalized learning plans. All of our students have a personalized learning plan that updates throughout their time with us, whether they start in 9th grade or 12th grade. It identifies their post-secondary goals. It facilitates their ability to become the agents in charge of their educational pathways, and they learn how to evaluate their transcripts, they do progress reports, and they keep track of their grades. So they really become drivers of their own education and the outcomes. So that's our advisory curriculum. We also do restorative practices with an emphasis on the preventative. So again, heavy on the relationship building, community building, etc. We do have protocols in place for reactive restorative practices as well, but we put our emphasis on the preventative and the culture and relationship building. Our multi-tiered systems of support take shape around supporting each student as an individual and crafting their schedule, supports, etc., around their post-secondary goals and their unique needs, strengths, and interests. And then our comprehensive student assistance team is the hub for all communication around our students so that our staff are all on the same page with supporting our students and what they need. And then I just wanted to call out one highlight from our charter petition that we submitted back in December, which is an indicator, I think, that our school culture is trending in a positive direction. In the 22-23 school year, our suspension rate was 12.2%. And in 23-24, it was down to 4.5%. And that's a testament to the work of the staff, students and families in collaboration together to have more positive outcomes for our students. Next slide, please, sir. So a bit about our educational program. One of the key features is our small class size. Students are engaged in hands-on learning with very intensive support from their instructors. The largest classes are academic core classes that sometimes reach 24 students. And our CTE pathway classes average 16, with the advanced pathway classes smaller than that. I mentioned the personalized learning plans already. That's a key feature of our educational program. Over 30% of our students are engaged in credit recovery. We do use an online platform for that, but we build study halls into the day so students have access to instructors and structured time to make sure they're making adequate progress on their credit recovery and are not left to fend for themselves when it comes to recouping credits that they may not have as transfer students entering, having had adverse educational experiences in other school settings. Over 10% of our students take advantage of concurrent enrollment options, and we're currently executing a CCAP agreement with Palomar to make sure that even more students will take advantage of the concurrent enrollment agreements and attend college while still with us in high school. We have 36 A through G approved courses, both designated and integrated EL support. Our special education services are delivered in a full inclusion model, and all of our students are participating fully in our general education courses. We have 9 CTE pathways. There's 7 bullet points there. That's because in arts, digital media, and game design, we have 3 pathways: an art pathway, a digital media pathway, and a game design pathway. We have a residential construction pathway, child development and future educators, which is one of our 2 newest pathways. So we have a partnership with Children's Paradise, where students are learning to work in the school setting and maybe become employees of Vista Unified eventually. We have a biotechnology pathway, as well as health and fitness, manufacturing, and transportation. We have 19 industry partners that advise us on our curriculum to make sure that we're providing students the most up-to-date instruction so that they can be job and college ready when they graduate. Student outcomes. We're very proud of our graduation rate as well as our CTE completer rate. We also track traditional assessment data, including using the iReady diagnostic tool for beginning and end of year assessments. We analyze that data and structure our instructional program accordingly. and our students take the CASP as well. We recognize that one of our areas for growth is the metrics that align with standardized testing. And so we do have plans in place that are included in our petition to continue to improve student outcomes and those metrics. But we also are looking at alternative metrics as well, including wellness data. The California Healthy Kids Survey would be an example of that. One area to highlight would be that our students can identify trusted adults on campus that are invested in their attendance and their success while they're with us and afterwards as well. So as I mentioned, we have alternative metrics because we are a dashboard alternative school. So we're looking at things like increasing student engagement, increasing attendance. Many of our students come in with chronic truancy in their educational history, so we have levers in place to address that. Structured credit recovery and emphasis on our post-secondary plans through the personalized goal setting. Our motto is no student left unknown, and with this set of priorities, we're able to customize to each of our individual students. Next slide. For accountability, we have many structures in place to make sure that we're being held accountable to the community, our students, and all of our stakeholders. Safety is one of our priorities, including mandatory training for all employees, and I should add all students as well who are participating in CTE pathways. That definitely requires some awareness of that, comprehensive safety plans and emergency drills. As far as governance goes, we are governed by a board of directors, a board president, and school founder. Doreen Quinn is right there in the front row. And our other board members are listed as well. They meet regularly and hold all their meetings in compliance with the Brown Act. We engage in annual audits and correct any findings. We've had minor findings in the past, which are all corrected in a timely manner. And we have an open admissions policy, so all students who apply are admitted. We currently have space at each grade level, so we continue to admit students as they apply. An update regarding our status with the LCAP and WASC. We submitted a 3-year LCAP. We opted for the 3-year term, and it was approved both by the district and the county. And we had our most recent WASC visit last spring, almost exactly a year ago, and we were granted a 6-year accreditation, which is good through June 30th of 2030. And one of the highlights from that visit is that we were found to be highly effective in school culture and environment, multi-tiered personal support for students, social, emotional, and academic support, having qualified staff and professional development, and having adequate resources to best support our students' learning. And in closing, those pictures are meant to highlight the varied ways that students find success on our campus, and also the very hands-on ways that students find success on our campus. So we anticipate that our students will graduate being success ready, whatever that looks like for them. And that looks very different on each of our students. And we're honored to be able to support them in finding what that looks like for each of them. And with that, I'll close my report. Open for questions. I look forward to feedback from you all.
Thank you for the presentation. We will now open the public hearing. If any members of the public wish to speak regarding the charter renewal petition for North County Trade Tech School, please approach the podium and address the board. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each.
Hello, my name is Travis Shepard. Thank you for having me. I'm the science teacher at Trade Tech High. I graduated high school in 2002, and during the whole high school time, the narrative I heard over and over again was I need to graduate high school, go to college and get a 4-year degree, and then I would be able to get a good job. And never did I hear about apprenticeships, working for a union, internships, starting your own business, all the different pathways that you can get through the military. And I love that our school really stops and look at a lot of our students that aren't necessarily going to go straight to that 4-year route. And I feel like just about any one of our students should be able to say, these are the options that I have, or these are some of the things that I get to do. Sitting at a desk or working at a computer isn't where everyone's gonna thrive necessarily, but you get that same student in a laboratory with a tool in their hand, working, collaborating with others, and you see the light come on in their eyes, and it's really a beautiful thing, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. And if that was all we did, I think like that would be enough, but we have these restorative practices. I've never seen a school that really stops to look at how can we serve students that are struggling or may fall through the cracks in other ways, and how can we continue to reach them, and that sort of thing. And I feel like our administrative team is really leading us in a positive direction to serve those students as well. And we do a lot of other things I've never seen before. We get to do a weekly circle meeting where I sit down with the students and we talk about feelings and we talk about community building and conversations with those kinds of things. And going in as a science teacher, I knew I'd get to do that, but being able to build those kind of relationships with students in other ways, it's a really special. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Greetings, Vista Unified School Board, Dr. Doyle. My name is Kevin White, and I am a teacher at Trade Tech High School. I teach digital media and English. And I wanted to just share my perspective with you. As a teacher, I have witnessed this school's flexible and personalized approach that has helped students regain confidence, improve academically, and engage not only with their education, but also their career path, especially those who struggled in traditional learning environments. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Anyone else?
Hello. I am a student at North County Trade Tech, and I would much appreciate to voice my opinions on my favorite experience in my life so far. The thing I first thought about when I wanted to go to in high school was hands-on experience. And I will say that I got that in spades here. And then wasn't expecting this to happen. I did not have this in any of my previous schools. A true connection with my teachers and peers. Because of such a small number, you can truly form a connection with basically every single staff member. Just recently, actually, I had asked teachers, basically all my teachers I currently have, to write me a letter of recommendations to college. And I will admit that while reading those, their opinions and what they thought of me truly, honestly brought me to tears. So that is the main points I want to stay on. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diego Vargas Dominguez, and I am the construction teacher there at North County Trade Tech High School. I just want to give my testament that helping the students learn in an alternative manner with tools and wood and cutting and building structures. It's a privilege because I get to see the kids shine and put forth all their effort. They do that in the core classes as well, but sometimes they get to experience a little bit more hands-on and maybe get a little bit of relief from all their studies when they come in there and they cut wood and they break wood and they basically just have a lot of fun. I think that I graduated in 1996 and I don't recall having any kind of classes like that. So for the students to have some type of alternative options and learn, welding, learn machining, learn how to build structures, it's a great privilege for them and I'm honored to serve them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, I can talk for ages about this school. I had to move away once and I fought tooth and nail to convince my mom to drive an hour there and back every single day for the whole school year, for my junior year, to get me back here. This school, one of the main things that this school has that really no other school had was it's smaller, like it's kind of more small town feel, in that everybody knows each other and everybody can form deeper connections. The teachers can understand the students way better than, say, a school with thousands of students who like, some of the teachers might not even remember all of their names. So, but yeah, this school has helped me a lot, like not just academically, not just in my development, but also like emotionally. This school has been spectacular, and like lovely Miss Medina said, no student left behind. Miss Medina went into, she gave a talk about this in our English class. We were doing juvenile justice. So she went into education solely to prevent or do as good of her part as she could to prevent the school to prison pipeline. And that's an egregious thing that it exists, but the fact that people are fighting against it and that each and every one of our teachers share her vision and that they're dedicated against such a tragic outcome for so many students is fantastic. Another one of the thing was, yeah, like my friend there said, the hands-onness, it helps you learn very, very well, like better than any other school I've been at. Yeah, I had more to say, but like my mind is low-key blanking. Anyway, thank you.
My name is Mixiola, and I am also a teacher at North County Trade Tech. I teach mathematics, and I actually wanted to take this moment to report on some of our rising stars. I've been fortunate enough now to go to rising star ceremonies 4 times, and 2 of the students I went with have now graduated. One of them is working with autistic children in home, and the other one is working on her veterinary degree here to help them expand. So I just want to thank you all for letting us be a part of this community, and I hope you will continue to allow us. Thank you. What else?
Hello, my name is Matthew Lopez. I graduated in the year 2023 from North County Trade Tech. That school opened up a bunch of pathways in for me in ways that no other school did before. It allowed me to look into the career of manufacturing, machining, construction, welding, and art. And that has driven me to be able to pursue my goal in having my own ranch. Because right now I'm working at a ranch, and all that comes into play and all helps me. Thank you to all my mentors who were able to guide me along that path. And that's it. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm a parent of the student at North County Trade Tech High School, and it's an honor and privilege to be here tonight to get to speak in behalf of the North County Trade Tech High School. My experience is I'm out in the community a lot, and parents ask me where my son, Adam Harper, goes to school. And I tell them North County Trade Tech High School. And they say, oh, I hear a lot of good things about that. And then I have a family in Colorado and Oregon. And when Adam was looking for a school of his choice for education, we went to different schools, and then we were recommended to go to North County Trade Tech School, which we did. And what Adam said was, I really like that school. They're hands-on and they're close to home. And he really liked that idea. So Adam had an individual educational, thank you very much, from the age of 3 until he was 9 years old. And he was released from that plan and then got on a 504. The reason I wanted to share that is he came from middle school with Vista, which was an incredible school. And he came ready. And from 9th grade to now a senior, when he'll be graduating, he has a 4.0 grade average. Adam could not have done that on his own without the teachers, the caring of the staff, the programs that they have there, the caring and the love. And I could not give Adam what he has found at this school. It's a family. It's a family of education, and they are there for the children and our community. And my hope is that that school can maintain and be here for children that do not do well in the larger school system. And I was told by Vita that Adam would not have been able to manage in the other classrooms as huge as they are. He would have been swallowed up. So I thank you for your time, and I hope you consider a North County Trade Tech as a continuing charter school. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone who shared their input. This concludes the public hearing for the charter renewal petition of North County Trade Tech High School. Again, no action will be taken this evening. The board will consider petition for approval or denial at a future meeting, following a comprehensive review of the renewal petition and all related documentation. We will now return to the regular agenda. Thank you. Okay, now we will hear reports from our school-related organizations, Vista Teachers Association, Ms. Carrie Alvarez.
Hello, good evening, board members, student board member, Superintendent Dr. Doyle, and community. We are proud to share that our tentative agreement for the 2024-2025 school year has been ratified by 95.5% to accept the TA. This agreement reflects our shared priorities and includes strong language and MOUs that protect and support our special education educators and the students that they serve. We are also pleased to continue the MOU that compensates summer school teachers at $60 per hour, and we are pleased with the MOU that provides prep time for programs aligned with A through G implementation during summer school. These agreements are essential to ensuring both educator support and student achievement and extended learning opportunities. Our recent meetings with the district and school counselors have been productive, with a clear focus on addressing workload. These collaborative efforts demonstrate our mutual commitment to making working conditions, hours, and wages competitive and sustainable for all members. We are also looking ahead, and we are eager to begin the sunshining and bargaining process with the goal of achieving even better working conditions, hours, and wages for our members. We truly appreciate how VUSD is supporting career technical education, CTE, and expanding opportunities for our students. The data shows that CTE improves attendance and graduation rates, and that is something to celebrate. When we work together, it is better for Vista. We will look forward to continuing our collaboration to support educators and students alike, because when we invest in the educators, we invest in our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on will be the California School Employees Association, Ms. Marcela Ramos.
Good evening.
That's right. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. So April, we have several staff appreciation days to recognize, and those include paraprofessionals, also known as instructional assistants here at our district, school librarians, school bus drivers, and administrative professionals. We do want to thank HR for recognizing classified staff on their monthly newsletter. This is something new that they've implemented this school year, and we love it. So thanks, HR, keep doing that, recognizing classified staff. And so with that said, CSEA is ready to collaborate and meet with school board members to discuss other topics that impact classified staff. And those may include like how artificial intelligence might or will and is affecting the work of classified staff, possibly creating pathways for community liaisons in order to retain them. Unfortunately, we heard that a liaison had to resign. And so we are wanting to create some sort of standard practice across all community liaisons so that the work that they do, yes, may vary depending on their site and the family's needs for their site, but that across the board, it is similar. Visiting facility and maintenance operations staff, like custodial staff, to understand the work that they do and the need, for more staff, you know, the working conditions that they have to consider because they're understaffed. witnessing the work of instructional assistants in the classroom, right? Seeing another job classifications that are currently understaffed and hearing from them, yes, we know that we're understaffed, but just hearing directly from their own experience, just because sometimes it's helpful to hear what they might think might be a solution, right? Like that they have a voice and they want to speak directly to our school board members, or witnessing CNS worker during the time that they're delivering or providing lunch or breakfast to our students and giving their own input on the challenges that they have according to, you know, the menu that they're, you know, prepping for the food that they're providing to the students. So with that said, you know, yes, he's gonna reach out to each of you so that we can, you know, collaborate and meet. But most importantly, we're gonna be reaching out to you to see if we can visit classified staff before the end of the school year. We've heard from members kind of suggest that we like it when we see them, because it's the only opportunity that they have to meet you all and be able to talk to you, especially because not everyone is able to come to a board meeting, for example, and speak directly to you all. So I will be reaching out to each and every one of you because they do want to make this happen before the end of the school year. And it's also a great opportunity to start to see the transition that classified staff experience wrapping up a school year and then prep for summer. I was just reminded when I heard VTA president mention about, you know, their MOUs and compensating the teachers for the prep coming for summer work. Classified staff also has a lot of work to do in preparation for summer programs that the district offers. So those are just examples of how classified staff would love to share these experiences and challenges with you all. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. And we don't have, we have a DLAC report that's attached, but Ms. Cruz could not be here tonight. So moving on, we are moving to 9A, discussion action items, ratified purchase orders. Does anyone need the presentation or have any questions?
I do have some questions. I'm trying to get back into.
You want to- Yes. No.
No, we're not doing a presentation.
There's no presentation.
We're just going to answer questions.
It's the ratification.
I just have a question.
Can we make a motion to approve it and then have discussion?
Well, questions are separate questions. They can ask questions of staff. Discussion, that's not discussion. Discussion is between the board.
It's gonna be between the boards, so let's go ahead.
Okay. Okay, then I will entertain a motion to approve item 9A.
I move to approve 9A.
Moved by trustee Alvarado. Second. Seconded by trustee Markov. Okay, go ahead, trustee Martin.
Considering the financial status that we're having. Considering the financial situation that we're seeing and with the federal funding and all of that, I'm concerned about the amount of money that we're spending. And so my question goes to the buses. There's one for 713,000 and another one for 298. I'm trying to find that one right now. So I guess my question is, can we postpone these big ticket items until we have a better idea of what's gonna happen with the feds?
Thank you very much, trustee Martin. So I'd like to clarify first, if I may, the purchase order. The purchase order is a ratification. This has already been paid for items already approved by the board. So this is not items to be approved by the board. It was approved by the board, the buses, the other items on this list. And now we are required as a fiduciary obligation to you and the public to close the process, which starts with budgeting. So there's the budgeting, the action items and all the things we're doing. Then it's brought back through contracts again, multiple times. This just closes the process for this. So just to clarify, these are previous budgeted items that are approved. I cannot stop the item from being paid once it is approved by the board, because it is an actionable item, and I have an obligation to act at the pleasure of the board once you vote. So I can't stop it once it's approved, but if the board chooses to not approve items, that would be something that's done during the process when we bring it forward, and we can discuss the impacts of effects of any of those possible items. Did I answer your question?
So even though the purchase order has been submitted?
The purchase has been made. This is the payment for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so are you in possession of the buses?
The buses have been paid for and then they will be delivered as part of that process.
Okay, so the place to look at this is when it actually comes to us as a potential budget item.
The trustee would be correct. There's several times that it comes back. The first is when it's budgeted for, where in the case of the buses, it's a budget from one funding source with a state grant. So we pay up front and then we're reimbursed for part of that. We present that in the budget. And that is the biggest sort of item. Once it's approved in the budget, it moves to an actionable item after it's approved in the budget. We then go back and once that happens, we bring it back as a action item through contracts and other processes as well for a secondary item. This is the very tail end of the process.
And so there is no drop off place, there is no renegotiate place, there's no pause place. Like in regular business, if your business is tanking, you can pause purchase orders for a while. That is not possible at this point.
The point to do that is when we would bring it forward in one of the other steps. But you would need to then go through a process of saying various aspects are suspended. For example, you would suspend the LCAP. We have to notify the county that the board feels that there's grounds to suspend the LCAP and all of the actionable items with it, that the board has concerns about that. So that way they can take that into consideration, because the passage of the LCAP in the budget is your certification that you have proof that all of these items can be paid for. If you believe an emergency circumstance, or whether that be through a change in physical circumstance, a force majeure, act of God, or other thing has occurred, then we would have we'd have to agendize that on a board meeting to have the board discuss that, and if the board wanted to proceed with that.
Okay, perfect, that's what I need.
Thank you. Is there anything else? Okay, seeing any further discussion or questions? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay?
Abstain.
I'm an abstention as well. So motion carries 3 with 2 abstentions, 3-0, 2 abstentions. Okay, moving on. Get back to my agenda.
9B.
Yeah. 9B, adopt a resolution number 2425 for the establishment of an asset management advisory committee. Go.
Thank you very much, President Morocco, Vice President Martin, members of the Board of Education, and our student trustee. This evening, I have a brief overview. It is brief regarding this resolution, its basis in Ed Code and law, so that way you have that item in front of you. This is regarding the establishment of an asset management committee, better known also as a 7-Eleven committee. On slide 2, I just provided you some really brief parameters according to education code, which is attached in the board item regarding this. The first is, this is a committee. It has a committed topic. That's where the term committee comes from. It is working within the parameters set by the Board of Education. We'll cover that in the process steps. They are to be in compliance with the Brown Act as an official committee. That means they are carrying out the board's business. They are holding meetings in public. They are not public meetings. Just as this is a meeting held in public, it is your meeting. It will be their meeting. They must have no less than 7 representatives. That's where that 7-Eleven comes in. There's 7 categories. We won't go over those. You have the Ed Code with you, but it cannot exceed more than 11 members. And that is again, according to Ed Code. This particular committee is not required for you to look at land use under 3 particular circumstances, okay? And those are outlined in Ed Code, and you can ask questions about that, but there are 3 circumstances under which you don't have to form this committee if you chose not to, but for all other circumstances, of course, you would have to form this committee. If we look at slide 3, this is just the process steps for the Board of Education. You do a resolution, it's for a 2-year term, it stands the committee up for 2 years. Then we do a membership process, where they apply, community members apply for membership. There's a bylaws, that is already established, you can reapprove the bylaws, or if you wish to send it to legal counsel for review, we may do that. Then what you do is you typically set up session parameters. You don't ask typically these committees to just continuously meet. You set up parameters. You say, we wish for you to engage in the following type of discussion around these parcels. And then you are obligated to set up some parameters of what they're to discuss or not discuss. And then the other obligation you have as a board is you must receive their report. It is not that they're voting to do something. They're just reporting because by law, the 7-Eleven committee, the asset management committee, is the voice of the community by law. It's not that you can't have other sessions as well, and we oftentimes do, but it's just not part of that committee, all right? For board obligations, they make the recommendations to you. You basically have 3 options available to you. You can accept the recommendations, you can modify the recommendations, and you may disregard the recommendations and take your own action. Those are the 3 options for you. On slide 4, we've given you an example of the steps that have been taken previously, where we have had additional community engagement town hall meetings or sessions that the asset management committee doesn't take part in. Generally, the superintendent and I will go off for those items to gather information. So that way we don't break the Brown Act. We have used an extended meeting structure. Many districts only use 1 meeting, where they simply do a few hours. We've used a 6-step process, including orientation on a Brown Act meeting, information gathering, presentations from experts, all sorts of information. It's generally 5 to 6 meetings, several hours each meeting. There's homework that everybody has to do before they get ready. We found that the committee does their homework really well. They take this very seriously. They go through, they explore various things according to your recommendations. They draft a recommendation, and then the final committee report comes to you, the board, in the final steps. Just a summary for this evening. The Asset Management Advisory Committee, it's a legal requirement for public input. It doesn't have to be your only public input, but it is required if you're going to consider doing certain things to properties that are under your jurisdiction. There are 3 exceptions to that, should you want to discuss that further. It's a structured process. The governing board has those responsibilities that we've covered for you. The meetings are to be held in public for the Asset Management Committee and adhere to all of those items and report to you. And the final is the next steps simply would be that you engage in discussion yourself and determine whether you will adopt the resolution that's been placed in front of you, which will start that process of standing up. That is the only report that we have for you this evening.
And Dr. Loescher, let me bring up the actual resolution.
Yes,
If there are any resolutions already.
Well, before we go on, I'd like to, so our students, you're almost at an hour. It's 7 o'clock right now. You're welcome to stay as long as you would like, but you are dismissed, and we will have someone in the back of the boardroom signing your slips. But you're more than welcome to stay. We encourage you to stay. So, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
No worries. So Dr. Loescher, just because we have newer board members, just quickly walk them through this, because this is the legal document.
Yeah, the resolution is the legal document that stands up the committee. It's been drafted for us by legal counsel, so it is an official resolution. There is just the required ed code language in it, and it just calls for the establishment of committee. Again, this is a ceremonial process of passing the resolution, but it is required as part of it so that we've met all of your legal requirements. And it simply states that you adhere to following the legal requirements of ed code, like many other resolutions.
Okay, we'll start with any questions. Any questions for Dr. Loescher? I have one.
Yeah.
Number 2 on the resolution. The board authorizes delegates authority to and directs the superintendent or his designee to take all actions necessary to review applications for membership on the committee that are submitted by members of the community, to make recommendations to the boards regarding the appointment of committee members that will represent the groups required. Could you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so what we do is what we typically have done, and it really would be by board direction, is we've done something called a blinded application process. And we actually submit all of the resumes to you, but what we checked for is we check for some of the legal requirements. Have they submitted all the information? Do they need guidance? Do they have any, or have they identified any potential conflicts of interest? Because just like any place else, they can have no conflicts of interest. For example, if a community member were applying and they were to indicate they may have a conflict of interest, or in the review, we may want to talk with them. An example of that might be that a committee member might be recommending that a property be sold, and they may actually be a real estate agent that is interested, or have an adjoining property that they're looking, and they would have a financial possible conflict of interest or benefit. So we talk with them about that. But then we take all of the applications, and the board actually selects the committee members. Has been the process used.
We just facilitate the process to get into the board.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any further questions? No, I will entertain a motion to establish an asset management committee, and then we can do discussion.
I move to restore the asset management committee.
Point of information, is it a restoration of the old committee?
That's what I was just about to say. I think the old committee has expired, so we need to form a new one.
I move to establish the asset management committee.
Okay, is there a second? I second. Oh. Is there a second? I second. So we have a motion and a second. Okay, did you want to speak to your motion? Okay, any further discussion? Go ahead.
Dr. Lozier, in the resolution, I see no reference to the properties. Are we talking about multiple properties? Are we focusing in on one?
Thank you very much, trustee Vargas. The typical steps involved in this is you'll stand up the committee, and then we join the committee, and the committee will sit for 2 years. In a subsequent process, the board will have to define what it is they'll be taking a look at. So we would come back to you after we establish the committee and say, for their first session, what are the property or parcel numbers you wish for them to examine? That will set a parameter to it. And if there's any particular data you want them to analyze as part of that. So that would be a subsequent discussion.
The last time we did this, there was no representation from District 04. Assuming that we're looking at a property in District 4, I would encourage the outreach to make sure that includes people from District 4, so that neighbors that live in that district are represented and can give their input as to what recommendations we bring back to this board. Question or?
No, understood and appreciated. Thank you.
The third question is on the process application, assuming that we approve this tonight, what are you looking at?
What we have done previously is we can advertise for this particular item to the community. We can do it in any number of aspects, both in English and in Spanish. We can make the applications available, the review process, both in English and in Spanish, to go out to the community. We also can put it in our community updates and other outreach efforts and make the community aware that there are options for them to apply to it. So that way we do outreach.
And remind me, the last time it included a representative from DLAC.
It wasn't specific to DLAC, but there was a past president of DLAC. So there is a requirement within this in Ed Code that it is representative of the community, including all aspects of it. So we did have a past president of DLAC who had applied to the committee and was approved by the board to serve on that committee. So that past president did serve as part of that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Dr. Busher, there's, I wanna make sure that we don't, I'm not sure if we do this now or later, so I'm gonna ask you for your advice. The parameters of what they were allowed to discuss were very narrow for the last committee. And that excluded things like the board president, the committee president chair had asked, we need to talk about how this impacts our students, and she was shut down, told that's not within the purview. I want to make sure that that does not happen again, because everything that we do needs to be discussing with how it impacts students. So do we establish that now, or would we establish that at a later date?
Well, I would ask actually legal counsel to weigh in on that. The asset management committee by law must be focused on the parcel and talk about the land. So I would ask for a legal rendering on that for the president, so that way you could determine the best way to take action on that.
Okay, but I just want to make sure that if we go forward with this, that we are not shooting, cutting our nose off and then come back and say, no, well, we can't do that because, it's already taken place.
No, understood. The committee was advised by a professional expert previously that made the similar recommendation, but we can have legal counsel come back to the board on a Friday letter with a recommendation and use completely different counsel than we've used before, so that way you have a second opinion on that.
Okay. I'm still kind of unclear about when we go to vote, if, we vote this out, would we have to, is this something we could come back and amend later on?
Well, you're talking about the actual topics that would happen after you stand up this committee.
Okay.
So tonight, there is no vote on the topics. This is the first official legal requirement to begin the process.
Correct.
We will bring back the topics, and we can even have legal counsel in the room when you talk about those topics before you vote on them.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about, the resolution specifically speaking to school consolidation or closure, which has already been determined, in terms of what schools had to be consolidated. I think if we're talking about excess property, isn't that another committee when you're talking about excess real estate, if you will?
Thank you, trustee Alvarado. So the asset management committee oftentimes is confused with a school closure committee. These are not the same. So a school closure committee typically will speak about impacts and effects to students, families, and other matters. An asset management committee squarely focuses on the property that is currently being used by the school district for one purpose and what the community's input is regarding what it may be used for in the future. For example, if it's currently used as a school site and the district wishes to consider in the future that it is not used as a school, the asset management committee is advised on that topic. They may advise on topics where they say, we believe the property should be consolidated, meaning it doesn't appear the property is required any longer as a school site according to your metrics and numbers. And then they have to make a recommendation on what to do with the property. Whatever that may be, whether it be that it's used as a community center, a district office, any number of recommendations can be made, but it has to be focused on the property.
I'm just reading the whereas it is the intent of the California legislature for school districts to obtain community input before decisions are made about potential school consolidation or closure by the district's board of education. I was just reading specifically from that resolution.
Yes, ma'am. And typically, anytime you do a school closure, you have to convene an asset management committee as the community's input, because in that process, you are talking about repurposing a property of some kind. And that is the portion that requires the community input.
Yeah, so the purpose of the language, the key term in that, what you just read, is the term potential. And so the purpose is to say, in the event that you choose to close a property, you'll need to stand a committee like this up.
I would like to ask Ms. Ramirez, our student trustee, do you have any input on it? Do you have any thoughts? Do you understand what's going on?
Not a clue.
Okay. So we have a couple properties that we closed schools on these properties, and they're existing, and we want to figure out what to do with these properties that will best benefit our community and our students. So that's what we're talking about. The process is that we are going to have formed a committee of community members to be on the committee to discuss this and make a recommendation back to us on the board. Okay. Any further questions or discussion? Ms. Ramirez, do you have any questions now that I explained that to you?
When are we gonna have a break?
After we take the vote. Okay. All right,
So I just want to say one more thing. I'm concerned that we may not have a lot of people apply because we had a asset management committee before. And you know, they put in a lot of time and effort to participate and the board negated their recommendation specifically for workforce housing. So, I don't know who's gonna be lining up to spend a lot of time and energy, when, you know, the past has demonstrated that the board, disregarded that recommendation.
Well, we have two of the committee members here right now, Ms. Avila and Ms. Ramos. Does that, how do you feel? Would you be willing to be back on?
Point of order, it's our meeting.
You said that you're concerned about that. We have two people that can speak to your concern.
Right, they could hold the whole card. I'm speaking collectively of the whole community. The community is, the Senate Eleven community is the whole Vista Unified, anyone who lives within the boundaries of our school district.
Well, the committee itself was not allowed to talk about not closing those schools. So I would say that you kind of have a point on what you're saying, is that they were not allowed to discuss what they really wanted to discuss. They were sort of forced into discussing closing these schools and the workforce housing. So you might have a point, but I would say we've got to try. Any further discussion?
Doctor, remind me how much money we have for construction?
I think he's asking for money that we have available after the commitments we made, correct? We have money in the bank, but most of it's committed. Go ahead, Dr. Lozier.
Yeah, the current estimate is under $10 million left in Measure LL. All Fund 40s have been committed, and the program's oversubscribed. And then, in developer fees, under unique circumstances, we can use some of those some of the time, but we need legal counsel, on those items because they're intended for exploratory measures.
Great, can you include that in the application when we go apply that we only have $10 million?
I can include in applications whatever the board so decides.
Just for my own understanding, we have to follow through on this. So trustee Vargas, you're asking us to include that topic in the application for people who are interested.
I mean, it would be helpful to have like that, any background on like what we're working with, because there's not $1 billion in our bank to build a brand new school. So if somebody are applying thinking that they're gonna rebuild a brand new school, that is, you know, that's something they recommend, but not in our parameter at this point in time.
Right. I just want to make sure that the board is clear. A lot of topics you've been discussing, which is totally appropriate. But the purpose of the conversation tonight is whether or not you would like us to move forward, standing up an asset management committee, which is to discuss properties that would be vacated, not properties that would house students.
And yes, and I think we can put some discussions for different types of funding sources.
We can have all these discussions in the future. That's the item that's on the table for tonight.
All right, we are gonna be looking for applicants, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
So can we include some background in the
We
application?
will absolutely do that. And as a matter of fact, prior to doing that, we will make sure the board has a look at the process and the application process we'll be sending out to you.
Thank you.
Any further questions or discussion?
Can I just add one last thing, just to reassure the board? So Dr. Loescher and I, as we did previously, will go out into the community and meet with all community groups personally to make sure they receive it. So we're not just gonna publish information, we'll physically go out into the community groups, both within our school district and outside of our school district. Dr. Loescher, give them a couple examples of community groups with which you and I will be have been and will be meeting with to make sure everyone gets the necessary information so we can throw a wide net for participation.
So in previous cycles, we've met with community groups such as the Kiwanis Club and the Rotarians. We go out to various events, speak to it. We meet with the Chamber of Commerce. We go to each typically of the 7 categories listed, so that way we're able to engage. Some community groups represent multiple categories, which we do. And we go off to advise them as to the process, so that way they are personally knowledgeable about the events.
So when we finalize the application process, we'll make sure the board has a chance, each of you has a chance to see it, to give us feedback prior to us starting.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion carries. Any abstentions? Motion carries 3-2. Moving on, I have a question, we have several MOUs, can we lump those together into one motion, a summary motion?
Rachel, come forward, please.
We do have a resolution.
Oh, we do.
Item 9C.
Oh, do I do that first? Oh, I'm sorry, I was in the wrong one. Yes, sorry, I apologize.
Don't go far, Rachel.
Yeah, don't go far. Okay, so 9C, adopt a resolution authorizing the purchase of the Ford fleet vehicles without competitive bidding. It is the Dr. Wisher show.
Thank you. There is no presentation for this item, simply the resolution. This is regarding the discussions that have happened over the last several years, but again was affirmed in our last discussion regarding transportation. The intention here is to purchase these electric vehicles, which we believe will allow us a process and a way forward to move off of various contracted services to having our own employees participate and transport special education students.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions?
Approximately how many more vehicles are we looking to purchase until we're done with the purchasing?
Well, we have discussed upwards of 7 more of the Mach-E's, which are required in order to get students to non-public school options. Right now, that's a contracted service. We also, in this, are looking to move vehicles that have been budgeted for out of restricted funding sources to support maintenance and operations for those to become electric vehicles. Those vehicles are required as part of the employees' assignments, and I believe there are 5 more vehicles in that category as well. We are looking at if we need only Mach-E's, we may need another van. And where possible, we do charge the vans to special education funding sources for those to minimize any impacts to the general fund unrestricted.
Thank you.
Any other questions? The question, this is for the white vehicles, right?
This is correct, ma'am. This is for the white fleet vehicles.
Okay, great. Any further questions? Seeing none, I will call for a motion to approve item 9C.
I move to approve 9C.
Okay.
I'll second.
Moved by trustee Alvarado, seconded by trustee Markov. All those in favor say, or any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. And with that, let's take a quick break, 10 minutes. We're short of trustees. Right.
He's back.
Oh, there he is, there he is. No, we got him. He's in, all right.
I know, I heard.
So I want to get some consensus from my colleagues. I would like to lump all the MOUs that come in, we have 3 of them, into one consolidated motion, if that's okay with you guys.
It would be a vote. It would be,
It's a vote, it's a consolidated motion, so we would approve all 3 of them at
you
once.
just have to read out for the record, you would read each one individually, but you would vote on all 3.
I'm fine with that, but is anybody gonna, 20 of those before we actually?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking that.
And you would actually, there are 4 MOUs.
Oh, there's
So
4?
item D through G, and then H would be the tentative.
I gotcha. Okay, so it's 4. I
Yes.
misspoke. I was thinking.
That's okay. I agree.
Okay. And is there anybody that has, is that okay with everyone? Okay, so, I will,
You have to read each
I
one,
will.
so before the record.
okay, so I will entertain a motion to approve the memorandums of understanding between Vista Unified School District and the Vista Teachers Association regarding Advisory Committee 2025, regarding voluntary maximum caseload, regarding summer school hourly compensation for 2025, and regarding summer school hourly prep compensation for 2025.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Markov,
Second.
seconded by trustee Martin. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I abstain because I don't think that, that's in our governance handbook that says we could do that. In other words, we would include it in the consent calendar.
So motion carries, is there, wait, there's 4 ayes, 1 abstention, no nays. Motion carries 4-0. Okay, the last one is the tentative agreement. Is there any questions about the tentative, the item,
9H.
9H? The tentative agreement? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve item 9H,
I move to approve 9H.
ratify the tentative agreement.
Second.
Okay, so let me read it out. So the motion is to approve, moved by trustee Alvarado to approve and ratify tentative agreements for the 2024-25 collective bargaining reopeners between Vista Unified School District and Vista Teachers Association. Okay, and so there's a motion moved by trustee Alvarado, seconded by trustee Markov. Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, okay, so then, the next one is, item 9I, to discuss and set meeting dates for governance workshops. Would you like to speak to us, Alvarado?
Yeah, I asked, to have governance meetings several times simply because we have a new board with 2 new trustees. And we have a governance handbook, but, you didn't sign it, even though it was approved by the board, and, you mentioned in the past that you weren't in agreement with it, because you didn't vote for it, but the board passed it. So I just need us to synergize, whether we agree or disagree, we all have different backgrounds, different perspectives, but we need to synergize and, work collaboratively, at least in a meeting format, where there's clear norms and rules and expectations for how a meeting is governed. And a good example is what we just did right now, lump MOUs, the 4 into 1. I've never seen that done here since I've been on the board for 6 years.
Well, it's not prohibited. So, and actually what is prohibited is abstaining from votes. That is prohibited in the bylaws. You're not allowed to abstain from votes. Your job is to vote. So,
Which you abstained earlier. See how we need rules?
I abstained because I had a conflict of interest. That is an acceptable use of abstaining. Okay, I have a conflict of interest because I own stock in one of the companies that was there. So that is one of the acceptable uses.
You can abstain from not having enough information.
You,
But the
that's not
discussion-
according to the bylaws, right? I'm just, okay, so let me speak to the reason why I don't think this is the right time to do that. And the reason is because we have bylaws, and we have section 9,000 of the bylaws has, it governs our meetings, our conducts in the board. And I don't think that there's ever been a board that has actually put the bylaws first. So what I would like to do is I'd like to try putting those bylaws first and working within those parameters. I think that leads us to see if there's any holes or any place where we need, where we might need to do a governance manual. That's what I'm saying, is that there's pretty good, it does a pretty good job of covering these situations.
Well, speaking of our bylaws, 9,005 says that the board will participate in professional development collectively. So that's bylaw 9,005. And
Does it have a definition of professional development?
governance would be number one. That's our job.
I
Governance.
disagree. I disagree. I don't agree with that definition. With governance, I don't think a governance handbook between us is not, sure, trust Martin.
Trustee Alvarado, are you asking for governance workshops, or are you asking for the creation of governance manual?
Both, because I don't think that everyone clearly understands what our role is. We are not to insert ourselves in the daily operations of staff. I don't, what I'm seeing is confusion in our role as a trustee as opposed to an administrator who works for this district.
An example of that is the next discussions, we're gonna have a discussion on Robert's rules. I'm not gonna get into that, but one example was when I was asked to make an amendment. And it was denied, and I think, that was not the right decision. But having, a Robert's Rules of Order workshop does help, this board.
That's,
No,
we could, I appreciate what you're saying, and I actually agree with you, but let's talk about that on the next item.
Yep, on board policy 900. Looking at item 5, govern within the board adopted policies and procedures. Robert's Rules of Order is a procedure of this board. If we're not using Robert's Rule, let's be clear on that.
Again, we are gonna be discussing that in the next
Yeah, I
item.
understand that. I'm using it in the context of board bylaw 9,005, section 5. Which you directed us earlier today. You want to start with the bylaws 9,000. 9,005 is a part of that. And my point there is, given the board adopted policies and procedures, we need to have those clear understandings so that we're working from the same level of understanding. If we're using these rules, that it applies to everybody, and that we're not using different rules depending on the day, depending on the meeting, depending on the topic.
Okay,
Might entertain meetings during the summer.
And that's fine. I mean, I know we're heading into the end of the school year. Staff is gonna be busy, but if we can get them scheduled, some of that'd be great.
again, we're not. I personally, I think that we can't do an effective governance handbook if we don't understand where the pitfalls in the bylaws are. So I would really like to just kind of use the bylaws as a governing document for the time being. Maybe I would think more in the fall, then we could look at it and see if there's anything that has fallen through the cracks.
Do you have any recommendations on because I know we're working also with staff. Obviously, I think we would have probably include that three, our law firm, and they're not busy in the summer because they're not on the teacher schedule.
I think trustee Martin is best accurate. We should do it in the summer. It's better for staff. We can, and we can bring you more additional information about who would like to facilitate that process. But highly functional school boards do go through a series of governance trainings, not just one. Now, this board did go through a governance training, if you remember, in January. That was the initial training, and that was for the purpose of the Brown Act specifically, and that's legally required. So yeah, you should, the board should go through a governance training. I think trustee Martin is correct. Summer would be the best timing for that. Fall for us is difficult because there's a lot happening in the fall for the team.
I'm not convinced. Well, you say highly functional for who? Functional school boards for who?
Well, highly functional school board so that you can do the business of the board.
Okay, but again, we need to be doing the business of our kids. That's sort of what I'm looking at.
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting that you're not highly functional. I'm saying that highly functional boards go through a series of governance trainings. That's typical. That was the question that was asked.
So, I can tell you that, okay, well, is there a motion?
I move that we schedule a governance meeting in July after finding out what dates are more are available for the governing board and any staff that's gonna be helping to facilitate that. Well, it wouldn't be staff, it'd be an outside person.
Yeah, we would work to identify the person and put the training together.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? I have some. I'm opposed to this. I don't think that, I find that the governance handbook that I'm also very concerned because the last time we had professionals come in, that was a joke. It was basically us giving up all of our authority and power and turning it over to the superintendent. So I'm a definite no on this. Anybody, that's a comment. Any further discussion?
Call the question.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed, nay. Any no abstentions, and the motion carries 4-1.
So Chris, can you work with the team to get dates that for work? Thank you.
Okay, moving on. 9J, discuss and set meeting date for Robert's Rules of Order training. So trustee Vargas, you already started to speak on it. Do you have anything else to say?
This can be done as a board, this can be done as a individual. Obviously, President Morocco, you're the board president, so you know, you are very familiar with Robert's Rule of Order, but I think there's been some disagreement at times. If we want to schedule it during the summer, that's fine as well, but if there are trainings coming up from CSBA, that individuals can sign up, I would love to sign up for one as well. And I think it'd be beneficial for, once again, this group to work from the same rules and understanding so that we move up the meetings efficiently.
And I agree with you, and I admit that I made a mistake there, so I apologize. I was wrong, but I do think that this one, I do think is a very good idea. I agree with you. I think that Robert's Rules workshop would be very helpful. So I would be amenable to that. Any further discussion? Well, I think we need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we set dates to review the Robert's Rules of Order training in the summer.
Second.
Can I would like to make an amendment that we combine it with the aforementioned governance meeting if, so that's an amendment. So that needs, I believe it needs a second.
That might be.
Yeah, you wouldn't normally do that. And again, you can do whatever you wish. You wouldn't normally do the both. You do governance and then Robert's Rules separately because they're both pretty big deal.
All right, I withdraw my amendment.
I need a second.
Second. Okay, so it's motion by trustee Martin, seconded by trustee Alvarado. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, and 9K approved board goals. Mr. Post.
Yeah. Did you want to start with the slide deck?
Yes, please. Good evening. Okay. Now. All right. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Dr. Doyle, thank you so much for bringing up the slides to look at our board goals reviews. We had the opportunity to look at our board goals in February. I brought that forward and you provided some feedback. So this evening, we will look at some proposed updates for our board goals. First, let's review our timeline here. In February, we began this discussion to look at the history and rationale of our board goals and to discuss preliminary ideas.
We received some feedback and we are here in April to discuss a proposed update to our goals. This is an action item that we could approve if the board wishes to do so, or if there's additional feedback, we can continue to discuss perhaps in the next meeting or in the future. Okay, let's begin with a little bit of context. These are the current board goals that were approved by the board in 2023. These are the board goals that were implemented in the 23-24 and 24-25 school years. We have three goals. They're focused on the three state priorities of the conditions of learning, student engagement, and rigorous learning opportunities. They're written in a theory of action statement format. And so let's look at the theory of action statement just to make sure we understand the purpose there. Theory of action is based on an if-then statement. And this is written really to describe the if we as educators take these actions in our instruction and our systems, the adult portrait and systems portrait, then these are the outcomes that we would expect from our students, the outcomes, the learning outcomes, and the great things for our students to achieve, the long-term impact on learning. These are written in a statement that really is directed towards our educators to understand how to implement and do their jobs in the classroom on a daily basis. And they are written, the theory of action model is helpful for the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle, which is an improvement plan. Each of our schools have an improvement plan based on the Plan, Do, Study, Act model they've shared with you previously. So that's the purpose and the intent of this type of a statement. All right, so looking at board goal 1, just to review, the goal is written at the top and then the metrics are listed at the bottom. We have state metrics, which are embedded. Just a reminder, the state metrics are the state priorities that we are obligated to show that we are meeting. So those are embedded within there to help with efficiency of our board goals and our metrics. And we have identified additional metrics that we feel are very important for the learning outcomes of our students. And those are the product. And we report to those as they are available throughout the school year. Looking at goals 2 and 3, you can see that they have the metrics as well. We've reported on those and we presented those, and these 2 feedback items were shared in February when we last discussed. First point of feedback was to ensure that the goal statements and the terminology were easy to understand for all of our stakeholders. And the second point of feedback was to create success indicators to define the expected annual growth for each metric. So this would be to further define what we are expecting for our students on an annual basis for improvements. So these 2 points of feedback were used to create an updated version. We shared these with the board in March just as a preview. And so here they are to look at these right now. Let's first just acclimate to the structure, as this is a new structure, to make sure that we understand what is presented here. So the statements at the top are the goal statements. There's actually 2 statements. One is a very simple, straightforward statement. And below that is the theory of action statement, keeping and maintaining that current board goal. We do still want to urge you to maintain our current board goals as we have momentum towards progress on these goals that we've implemented for the past 2 years. The goal statement at the top is actually the same one that we've implemented in 2021, but it is written in a parent-friendly or community-friendly way to ensure that it's a clear statement of our expectations. Below the goal statements, we did create the success measures as requested, and that's more clearly defining what the metrics are looking to measure, specifically in a category to define what we're describing, and a draft target. And the draft target would be a specific amount of growth or a specific amount of change or improvement annually. So these have been created for all 3 goals, goals 1, 2, and 3. You can see that the format is repeated, and the measures beneath there, as a preview, you can see that each have their own specific amount for growth based on the type of measure. So that's a preview of the structure. Now let's go ahead and look at the actual document. You do have that in your agenda. We can look at that actual document to see the specific goals and metrics. So the document has on the first page, goal 1. Goal 1 is focused on the conditions of learning. These are the environmental conditions, the climate, the connection, the sense of belonging, the high expectations, and the physical things on the campus, like the campus is in good repair. We have the right amount of teachers with credentials and the right amount of instructional materials. And so our goal there at the metrics at the top are all based on the California Healthy Kids Survey with an increased amount of student indications of safety, connection, caring relationships with an increase of 3% compared to the previous school year. So that would be the proposed update to the metric. These metrics were already existing, and this structure we've actually used in the past. It's very similar to our existing LCAP structure, and we've actually used a very similar structure as recently as the 17-18 school year, where we defined a goal, a metric, and an expected growth amount. Board goal 2, listed here on the next page, is really about student engagement. That's students engaged in school, coming to school, engaged in great learning opportunities that they're interested in and having great outcomes from. And so you can see that this is very important that we start with students' belonging, connection, and engagement. That's through our IntelliSpark survey. And then we look at chronic absenteeism. We look at our suspension rate, CTE pathway completion. These are the existing metrics, but more clearly defined. As you can see, there's a statement that describes what we're looking for, and of course, a target. Now, one important thing I would want to point out with the target is some of these have an asterisk next to the number for the target. And the methodology for that is listed at the bottom of the page. For each of these success measures that are reported on the California School Dashboard, the growth target is the amount that the dashboard indicates to demonstrate an increase or decrease in that specific category. So for example, suspension rate, a decrease of 0.3%, that is the amount from the California School Dashboard. It's not an arbitrary amount. It is the specific amount that would say that we have decreased it at a measurable amount to go to the next category on the dashboard. And so wherever possible, that is used for all of these metrics, as many of them are aligned to our state dashboard. Third goal, which is on our rigorous learning opportunities and student outcomes. Truly, this is the academic outcomes by and large. And so you can see at the top for the metrics, we have the state assessments for English, math, and science. And one thing I would like to point out here is the growth amount, the draft target is actually the distance from standard. DFS stands for distance from standard. That's the actual metric that's used on the California School Dashboard. It's a bit different than the others that are percentages. And that's really important to note that we are still aligning with the dashboard in this measure. And that amount, that 3 points, that change for distance from standard is again from the dashboard, not an arbitrary amount. That's the amount that we want to show each year to have that qualification of showing improvement. And then you can see that there's local assessments, which are the assessments students take during the school year in their classes, English learner progress, grades, reduction of D's and F's, AP and IB exam participation and passing grades, A through G completion, the state seal of biliteracy, and college and career readiness, which is again one of the dashboard indicators with a specific amount of increase of 2% per year, which is what the dashboard indicates as growth. So these proposed goals and targets are based on the feedback that we've been provided. We would continue to urge the board to continue with our existing goals to make sure that we maintain the momentum that we have. We've demonstrated evidence of our growth in the academic areas, the social emotional areas across the board. We've implemented these goals in a variety of ways with aligned languages and services across the district. And so now the board can, of course, have discussion and feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Post. Any questions? I'd like to ask, Ms. Ramirez. I know, but I would get Ms. Ramirez because she's a fellow board trustee. Ms. Ramirez, do you have any questions about this? Because it's almost 8 o'clock, so I want to make sure that you get heard before. Do you have any questions about the board goals?
No, not really. I mean, it's straightforward, so.
Do you think so? Okay. All right, any other questions? Anybody else? Questions?
I do have a question.
These numbers, they represent a minimum, is that correct? So a minimum to say that we've improved. Is there a reason why we wouldn't shoot a little higher?
Okay, good question. Yeah, so these would be growth targets. So a target could be looked at as a minimum, but that would be what we're aiming for as an annual amount. So while the numbers might seem like a small amount, we know that small incremental growth is actually realistic and sustainable. What we don't want to do is have the numbers, shoot up in a way that's not sustainable, where we can't do that every year and not meet our targets. So these numbers, wherever possible, were aligned to the state dashboard numbers, and the other metrics where there was not something existing on the state dashboard were made as congruent or similar as possible, so that we have sort of a similar trajectory for our targets. We've seen that some of our targets have we've improved more in recent years. For example, chronic absenteeism last year went down almost 9%. That was a major dip, which was wonderful. Will it go down that much every year? We don't know. And so we want to make sure that we have a target that is sustainable. And if these amounts were sustained for multiple years, it would put us into a very different category of achievement in just a handful of years. So I believe that these are realistic targets that we would want to sustain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I do. Okay, I'm going to frame this in the good, better, best framework. What is good is goal 2. However, I look at this and I think that the main, first of all, let me preface it by saying I think goals need to be objective. Okay, and so I think the objective of goal 2 is actually not student engagement, but learning critical thinking, collaboration, and real world problem solving. So with that, I'm a little concerned about the student engagement survey being one of the success measures of that. I do believe that that's a valuable report. I just am not sure that a subjective measure subjective data should be used to attain an objective goal. So, so I do have some issues with that. Otherwise, I actually really like that goal. If we are making it, the critical, more sort of objective with the critical thinking, collaboration, and real world problem solving. I think that if we did that, the students would necessarily be more engaged, is my thinking on this. Again, I would love to hear from Ms. Ramirez on that. Better is goal 1. I have a kind of an issue with this because conditions of learning is very subjective. And as I said, I think goals need to be objective. So perhaps the objective there is to promote excellence and innovation. Maybe that might be a little bit more objective, but even maybe not. This one's a really difficult one because it sort of seems all around subjective. And then once again, going to the climate and safety survey, again, is students self-reporting. Again, it's valuable, but I'm not sure if this is the right spot for it. But I do like the 1.5, 1.6, the facilities, learning environment, and good repair, teacher credentialing, assignments, sufficient standards. I like those. So, so I would say goal 1 could be better. The best one though is goal 3. I like goal 3. I really like goal 3, where achievement outcomes that close the achievement gap that prepare them for success in college and career. I like that one. So that one, I'm a full stop go. So that's sort of my thoughts on these. I wouldn't mind hearing your input.
Yeah.
On these.
Thank you. Great input. I appreciate your thorough statements on each one. I'll start with goal 2, where you started. So goal 2, the 2.1 metric that you mentioned with the IntelliSpark survey, which measures belonging, connection, and engagement. Truly this speaks to what a student might feel about the relevant instruction that they're receiving. If they're receiving a relevant experience, and they are then more likely to engage. In the past in our district, we've had student feedback that has shown, that things were not relevant to students, and that is a reason why we would have concern. So the student feedback survey here in the IntelliSpark survey is something that's given throughout the year, and it is aimed towards student engagement, which is a state priority. This is one of the ways that we meet both of our obligations, both to the community and to the state metrics that we are required to measure. To speak to goal one, that one with the California Healthy Kids Survey, I would emphasize that the state does require that we have a survey for student and stakeholder input. And so the California Healthy Kids Survey meets that requirement from the state. And the indicators that we've picked out here, obviously safety, wonderful, we have to start there. That's the baseline for everything that we do. The indicators that were picked out here are common across many other school districts. You'll see these in other goals and other statements for the vision. They're also based on research for what shows to have the biggest impact on student sense of success and ultimately outcomes. Specifically caring teacher-student relationships and high expectations. Those two, 1.3 and 1.4, research indicates that those impact student success most significantly among these indicators in the California Healthy Kids Survey. Those are also called out in our LCAP as well. So that's another reason for alignment in that we use those indicators in the LCAP. The state metrics, which you identified on the bottom there, absolutely, again, foundational for the success of our school. To jump to goal 3, I would agree with you that this is the show right here. This is it. This is the learning. This is the outcome. This is why we're here. Student outcomes, student learning, and students' preparation for success in their future. So I'm glad to hear that hit the mark. So I'd be happy to answer other questions if you had them.
Well, I think it's not that I'm not saying that this survey is, like, I agree, it's great, it's just the self-reporting out. It's subjective, and so I think when we're trying to meet objective goals, I'm a little concerned about using subjective data. So that is my only concern with that. But I would like to put my colleagues on this, but anyway, so I want to say that. And Ms. Ramirez, it is 8 o'clock. You are welcome to stay. I would actually love to hear your input on any of this if you're willing to.
Okay, let me know what you want me to say.
I know, I want you to say what you think.
What is your question?
Oh, these goals and these surveys where you report out how you feel, how does that how does that impact your learning?
Oh, the ones that get sent to us?
Yeah.
Like on.
Yes.
Oh, well, they're just surveys, honestly, if, cause I know my peers, whenever they have to do surveys, their teachers tell them, oh, we got a survey, so we must do it. Majority of them are like, oh, okay, like, it's nothing wrong. And some do actually like it. One of the surveys that we did get was healthy relationships. It's not with just ourselves, but with others. Like relationships, friendships, relationships with your family, etc. All stuff like that. And if you need help like that, then the school provides it for you. And it was the students' job to do the survey to see if they were willing to start up the program. And majority of the students did vote for it. So with the voting, it started up a new program, and that program has been helping out a lot of the students, especially the students that feel very lonely and very sad, and they want to work on themselves so much. And so with this, we can see them improving, and honestly, it's just amazing to see that they're doing so much better and that they're actually starting to speak out more instead of just staying quiet and shy and not saying anything whatsoever. And it's just nice to hear our students talk again and being students instead of just being so lonely and sad, you know? That's it.
Wow, that's awesome feedback. Thank you so much for that. That makes me feel a lot better about this. So thank you very much. And you are welcome to stay as long as you want, but you are free to go. Okay.
Can I chime in?
Yes, let's go.
So there's actually data and studies on belonging and engaging by Doug Fisher and Nancy Frey. He's a professor and he's still teaching as well at San Diego State. And when students have a sense of belonging and are engaged, it actually translates into better academic outcomes. And that's a 2022 study. So even though it might feel like fluffy and kind of abstract, it actually turns into concrete tangible outcomes. And it's got like a bigger, help me out, you doctors of education, but it's got like, they give us like a point associated with like procedures that people can do in class to get better outcomes. Let's say, tell the kid your learning target, write it on the board, collaborative work. Belonging has a higher
Effect
percentage
size.
than,
It's
tell me
called-
that word,
It's called
doctor?
effect size.
Okay, thank you. I'm not a doctor of education.
Sorry.
But I did need that help because I don't always have the words. And so it's really important. It's probably one of the biggest things that is free, that is cost negative when kids and their teachers and their staff give them that sense of belonging and engagement. Like she said tonight, like the kids from the trade tech talked about that connection with their teachers and that small staff. Outcomes, it just makes them better humans and happier to come to school. So it's not just fluffy, but it does feel good too.
Okay, well, thank you. Go ahead,
Another part of that, I'm sorry, it's just, well, my experience personally, I enjoy having the small classrooms and right. I know it's small and it's 10 people that need credits and stuff, but it honestly, it really encourages our students. Especially all the fun programs that we have, I really see students having a lot more fun. When I was back at Mission Vista, I didn't really enjoy it over there. It was very fast paced, and they say that they're trying to make education fun. I just didn't see that over there. And a lot of students that I know and I talked to today, they agree with me. Nothing has really much changed over there, and they don't see it as a fun school, and they don't have much encouragement to participate in class anymore. So I know many students that are starting to fail and not do so good. And that just makes me sad and feel sad for them, because over here at my school, I'm feeling so much better. I feel like I'm doing a lot better in classes. Lately, I've been having a lot of better grades ever since I went to that school. And it's just so encouraging, because with the small amount of students that there is in that classroom, I feel like you can really get the attention that you need. It's like basically having a private tutor, you know, but not having to pay anything. It's just you're at school and it's so much nicer. Also with that, you get really close with the staff, and so they get to know you and your personal life, and you get to know a little about them. And with that, it just builds a bigger connection than ever, and you feel safe to go to them, and you feel encouraged to learn. And it's a fun thing to go back to school and see, oh, I am looking forward going back to class. Oh, I can't wait to do this. I can't wait to pass my test. I know it, you know? It's the day you know that, oh, I know I won't fail. You're actually feeling so confident, yes, that you will pass, instead of feeling, oh snap, I'll probably fail. Because that's how I reacted. And I know many students did in different schools. Like my partner, he wasn't doing so well. He knew he wasn't doing well. But over here, it's completely different. We are both feeling the same way. And I know other students are too, and they're having a greater time over there.
Wow, that is awesome. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. Very well said. I appreciate that. That's fantastic input. So.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I, was thinking about what you said in terms of, a subjective input to an objective goal. Looking at, it's not like it's in isolation, so you actually have other, objective measures along with it. And so I think including something subjective is not so bad. Monday.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sorry, she clapped when you said that. Round of applause.
Anyone else? Okay, so, this is a action item, right? So do we want to vote on this, or do we want to hold off and have more information? See consensus.
Did the manner in which the goal was written, was that the confusing part, like the theory of action version versus the student parent friendly one? Is that, do you want to change it to the more concise, the first?
Well, it just seems, I looked at it, and so, for example, I had to kind of still pick out what the goal was, and so I'm like, for example, goal 1. Conditions of learning is a little confusing because I think that that's more of a subjective term. So that was my concern, but, so for me, what stood out was that we are promoting excellence and innovation. To our parents, students, parents and staff. And so, that's what stood out to me. So I'm okay with sort of the way that they're written. I was more concerned about the subjective. But I think trustee Markov made a very good point there that, and, you know, I appreciate all the input I got from everyone about, these climate surveys and everything like that, because that makes me feel a lot better about it. So I'm good with these, if you want to proceed, if anybody wants to make a motion.
I move to approve 9K, the board goal for 2025-2026.
Moved by trustee Alvarado, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Markov. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Host.
Thank you.
Moving on, we are going to I believe, going on to, I lost the bylaws, consolidated. Okay, does anybody have anything that they would like to pull?
Yes,
Go ahead,
number 14D,
14D. Okay,
15A,
15A.
and that's it.
Okay, anybody else? And, yeah, so, seeing none, all those, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar minus 14A and.
No, 14D.
14D and 15A, as in, D as in David. Okay,
So moved.
okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so 14D. Travel. Okay,
Which item?
14D. Oh,
No,
which,
which item within travel?
I'm pulling it up right
No problem. No one that ready.
in the travel summary.
Document here.
Number. I'm gonna.
I have number 5 and number 13. Oh, you've got 13.
So item 13,
Yes.
Yes.
I think Dr. Mosher, you're better positioned to do that. It might be helpful to read the item, so everyone's clear on it.
Thank you very much. We're looking at item 13, board approve overnight and out of district travel for board members Cipriano Vargas and Marco Alvarado to attend the National Association of Latino elected and appointed officials in NALEO conference from July 27th through July 24th, 25 in Atlanta, Georgia. I believe is the item we're looking at.
Yes. And just clarify the funding price.
Yeah.
Yeah, the funding source for that's applicable is a restricted funding source of Title II.
My question to trustee Alvarado and trustee Vargas, how does this benefit our students?
Well, you get to collaborate with Latino electeds, and it's bipartisan, it's across the aisle. All across the nation on how to improve outcomes for Latino students, brown and black students, second language learners. It's very beneficial. It's part of that professional development that our bylaws say that we will engage in.
And just to add to that, they bring in experts in different fields, whether that be on academics, whether that be on governance, whether that be on the latest happening, what's happening in Washington DC or Sacramento. So any elected officials able to choose their own tracks and select workshops that are that they see beneficial, and I would hope to look at that program to bring back beneficial items that benefit the board and benefit the school district and ultimately benefit our students.
And are all of these presenters or people that are attending, are they all education? Is it all education?
There's different tracks. You might have people on disasters, right, which affect LEAs, disaster response. All types of very important things. It's a great organization.
Thank you.
I have a question about that one too. The funding source, I've got a question about the funding source, Title II.
Yeah.
I thought that was for educators.
Well, it's for all professional services or educators. It's applicable to classified members. It's applicable to certificated members, administrators. It's applicable to contracted services. It's applicable to anything that is aimed to improve outcomes for students within that category. So it's not just for a certificated teacher. It's for anybody within the organization.
That's not my understanding when I read it, but maybe I'm going off Google.
I'd be happy to provide the board member clarification in the Friday letter. We did check on all of it.
Okay, I'm just I'm a little sort of, I don't know, I'm a little concerned about it. I don't feel comfortable using Title II funds for that.
What are Title II funds, and what have they been used for in the past? Give us a couple of examples.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call up our executive director of fiscal services, so that way you have another opinion, because she oversees all of those funds, and we look at all the applicable uses in conjunction with the county. So Ms. Michelle, do you mind commenting?
Yeah, absolutely. So Title II funds, Title II funds are normally used for professional development, so they can be for the entire staff. It's really to provide better outcome for the student. But we can provide you more, like more details on other uses or the main uses of the funding in a Friday letter. Absolutely.
Okay. I still am nervous about it. Okay, all right, thank you. And anybody else have any questions or comments?
My only comment is that, we're going into a financial crunch. And there's gonna come a time when, even earlier, we're talking about how much money you're gonna have in the bank to build something out, with, after they talked about the AMAC. And, at some point, we're probably gonna have to go to the public and maybe ask for a bond. And I think that as a board, it's very important for us to kind of like, pony up a little bit and start, tightening our own belt. And so I don't know if this is, maybe it's just, it's symbolic, but this might be an opportunity to say, hey, I want to go to this conference and I'll go anyway. I'll pay my way. It's just an idea, just something I'm thinking about, but I think we're gonna have to kind of start showing that we're being, real tighter around and stingier around where we're spending our money. That's all. Thank you.
I would just add that those funds are restricted funds. They can't be used for general fund. They can't be used for raises for teachers or classified. They're very specified use of funds. And so, and the bond is another, that has nothing to do with our general fund either. The only thing the board does is, pay a consultant to like talk to voters. So it's just convoluting all these funds into one lump sum, which it's not.
Maybe a sales tax or a parcel fund.
Right, but these are all.
I think I'm sorry, it was Madam President, I was really kind of just talking about the optics of it.
And I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. This is not the time. I would say that if we were using Title II funds to send teachers to a, maybe a conference where they would be, getting better English language arts outcomes, that would, I agree with Trustee Markov on this, that the optics is not ideal, the timing's not ideal for this. So I do agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, like earlier this year, we cut funding for CSB and the Circular Foundation, so that could have potentially brought us funding. So I think, these are opportunities that we may miss on, because these are opportunities to collaborate and meet other new partners, bring them back, connect them with the district, And so this is not just, professional, we're talking, these are partnerships that typically, happen when people connect, and this is one opportunity to make that happen.
So are you saying that some of these elected officials and appointees have funds that they could give us?
There's usually exhibitions, just like CSBA, where like there's like, different vendors that are there. And so there's an opportunity to connect. Some of the presenters are also professionals in their own work, organizations that they work for. And with that, they at times, are opportunities to collaborate, yes.
But then maybe we should be sending, instead of a board member, the board members going, maybe we should be sending some staff members.
If you want to absolutely add them to the agenda, then can the staff members attend the NOAA conference? That closure, want to increase the amount?
I can check in with them and the amount for them, but it is specified for elected officials.
I'm concerned about the optics of this board denying us opportunity to learn and help the students in this district that are overwhelmingly Latino. What's the optics with that? That basically we serve over 70% of Latino kids, brown and black kids, multiracial kids, and you guys are like, no, it's not important. You don't understand what it is to learn English as a second language like these students, and to have these opportunity gaps, and for you or the board to say no, that's what I would be concerned about. What are you demonstrating to your students and families by doing that?
Again, as I said, it doesn't have to be board members that go to this. I'm sort of thinking if there's opportunities there, these opportunities should, we have staff members. In addition, you do understand that I'm the daughter of an immigrant, right? You know that. I'm the daughter of an immigrant. So when you talk about learning English, I do understand that. My mother was an English learner. I understand. So please understand that it's, I do understand this. I do understand how difficult it is. I just think that right now we're looking at budget cuts. And it looks like if we're sending two of our board members to Atlanta, Georgia. And honestly, I'm gonna tell you what the optics look like to me. It looks like this is a way for two politicians to go and make connections to advance their own political career. So I'm saying that. I'm not saying the understanding that the idea that that this looks somehow negative to our Latino students. I think there's plenty of opportunities that we can go do that. It also says appointed, by the way. It doesn't say elected. It says also elected and appointed. So I would say that, we could possibly have an employee that's been appointed to a position. I mean, my thoughts. Anyone else?
The biggest concern that I was thinking about, and that Mike also, trustee Markov voiced, was the expenses. But I heard collaboration, that you get to collaborate. But my original question is, what does it do for our students?
We vote to approve a budget. We do that with all the understanding and information that we have. There are districts all across the United States, not just in California. And so when you get to collaborate with other schools and school board members and potentially even superintendents, because superintendents do attend the conference, and education consultants, and even teachers that are school board members, they may bring a different perspective, and vice versa. When I decided to leave California to go teach in Texas, I wanted to see a different educational landscape, and I got that. And I came back and I championed school language. Best practices don't only happen in the student, they happen all across the schools. And it's a great opportunity, once again, to bring back those ideas. Because we may be doing something right, but we may be doing some things that we can better improve them. So when you talk about collaboration, to me, it's the budget. But those ideas that get embedded into the budget don't happen unless we're having those conversations and talking to other elected officials that are implementing and doing things that are, beneficial for students.
Would you be willing to provide us with a report of what you gained being there?
I would be absolutely doing that and coming back and presenting to the board, so that they know that this is what we are bringing back. For the record, I have never attended this conference itself. I have attended workshops in the past that are held in San Diego County. And so if this is a privilege, I'd be happy to report back.
And I went to one that I wrote a scholarship for. They're not offering scholarships for this, so I went to one about disasters. And then we came back and we tightened up our disaster plan with Dr. Doyle. So you learn a lot on how to respond to like things that are fluid, from earthquakes to fires, and you pick the path. But I'm more than happy to report. And I did look into scholarships, but they're not offering them. So.
I have no more questions.
I like that you'll bring back a report. If you agree to bring back a report, I will vote for this. If you both will present what, you know, how this has benefited our students.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke for myself, but I'll let trustee Alvarado speak on that.
I always enjoy sharing what I learn. We don't always get to it, so it'd be nice to have maybe a longer time.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we get to chime in at the very end of the night when it's late, and, you know, we're like, just to save time, we're like, we just skip that sharing, but yeah, absolutely.
Well, this isn't the summertime, so we would probably, like, it would be maybe the August meeting, and typically those are pretty short meetings, so I would say that we can definitely leave time for you two to present on that.
Got it.
Okay, all right, okay, so, and I have number 5, I have a quick question about number 5 on that same item, that's for the travel to CSBA. The funding is restricted donations. Could you tell me what that is?
A restricted donation is when a private entity donates money in order to support an item.
Okay, so this does not come out of our budget? This
No,
is
this does
essentially,
not come out of your budget. This
Okay.
is a private donation.
I'm fine with that. Okay, thank you.
Whenever possible, we do see.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any other questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve item 14B.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Martin, seconded by trustee Alvarado. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And then the next one is 15A.
Yeah.
This is 15A.
So ratifying contracts. The items number 34 and number 35, the VMMS reload. Are these in addition to the costs that you originally told us it would cost?
No, ma'am, these are part of those costs and they appear here as part of that contracted process.
Thank you. Item 13, the Vista High assistant, or it looks like an assistant band person. I think that's what it is. Why is this not paid out of the boosters as it has been in the past?
That's professional expert.
Yeah, the resource description is Prop 28, which is arts funds. It's a restricted funding source for this purpose. So that is the purpose of that funding. So it is within the site plan to pay for that item from it, and it's within their budgetary allocation.
Okay, that answers it. Thank you.
Any other? Okay, seeing anybody else have any questions or comments about this item? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion to approve item 8. Lost my.
I move to approve 15A.
Okay, any, is there a second?
Second.
And moved by trustee Alvarado, seconded by trustee Markov. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving on, we are on to staff and committee reports. LCAP, oh no,
16 is
board business.
board business.
Is there board business?
There's 2 sections of board business. I believe there was nothing in that item. The other board business is below, and the yes, we're board business at the end of the meeting.
Yes, okay, so 18A. LCAP.
You know, these are not good at medicine.
Thank you.
Take it away, Dr. T.
All right, thank you. Board members, I am super excited to be here because we get to do right now, one of the things that is most exciting in our jobs where we go out, we talk to students, we talk to teachers, we talk to family members, and then we get to come back and we made a video to advertise this LCAP survey that was put out by the district. And we promised people in that video, and by we, I mean me, promised that on April 17th, we would share out the information. I know as a dad of the kids in a different district that I'm always asked to do surveys and I never feel like I hear, what'd you do with it? What were the actual results? And so we're going to go through some of that with you tonight. Thank you, Dr. Doyle.
It's coming.
It's coming. So this is the original strategic plan timeline that has been provided before. We've updated it a little bit. So if you go to the next slide, Dr. Doyle. Looking at tonight, we are doing our community feedback and input. That's what this is. The purpose of that is to guide us towards April 24th. At that time, we'll have a special board workshop where we'll actually sit down and we'll look at a rough sketch of the blueprint. And you'll have opportunities to go through it, to look at some of the funding recommendations. We'll look at our budget situation and we'll think about the community input that we're hearing tonight as we go into that next week. Then on April 15th, we'll have a budget update because the May revise will have happened.
May 15th.
On May 15th, yeah, sorry. And then we're proposing the first week or the week of May 26th to have some 2x2 meetings with board members so that we can continue the updating the progress and what is happening, especially with the May revise. So we can talk about what is going on with the budget, what are things that we need to be considering as we're developing the LCAP and we approach the all important date of late June when we need to have a vote on the LCAP and the budget for approval. So last time I saw you, it was February 6th and we did an LCAP mid-year review. And so there's been a lot happening in LCAP land since then. Some of that is we've had multiple forums. And we'll look at a list of who we've had forums with. The survey input for staff and families and principals. And then we've also been doing a lot of rounds of talks and meetings with staff. And so we're looking at programs and funding. We're looking at software usage reports. So there's a lot of software and licenses in the LCAP that we buy. Are we using them? And to what effect are we using them? We've looked at consultants. We've talked about consultants. What are they doing? Who are they providing services for? And then we're also looking at the needs in terms of curriculum adoptions, screeners. So we have the reading difficulty screener coming on next year, or the dyslexia screeners you may have heard it called. We've also done a lot of work, Anna's been great, in the budget aspect of giving us what have we actually spent. So here is all the stuff, the staff and stuff in the LCAP. And with the stuff, Anna's gone through and she's been able to give us actual budget that what we spent, what's encumbered and pre-encumbered. So we can look at, if we say we budgeted $10,000 in the LCAP for something, she can tell us, yep, they spent it all, they didn't spend any of it, or they spent a fraction of it. That helps inform, especially in revenue declining as we go forward. So we can look at what do we actually need to put money towards and where. And then theme development. So we've taken the feedback from the forums, the surveys, we've developed themes that we'll go through tonight. And of course, we're meeting weekly in cabinet. So the state of California, I can probably go quickly through these, Dr. Doyle, has the state priorities. And so we just put them in there, especially if the public's looking, that they'll be able to look at that. And then we know we have the House of Learning and the theory of action around the whole child. This is something that we wanted to put in there, and this just, most of you are probably familiar with the process, but ensuring that we're keeping the state priorities for LCAP development at the center. And then that's right in line with your priorities, also with what's possible with the budget and the actions and services that we determine through that. And then going around that, what we call execution analysis. So that's the software, that's the consultants. What are we actually doing and are we getting value out of it? And then the data analysis, what Mr. Post has done with the data insights and providing how are we actually doing the objective data that you were talking about before. And the bottom part of that though, that's the community input and the staff input and students also.
So who and what? So we've had forums with multiple people. Every school had a forum added. And so 655 students were included in student forum processes. We had 4 community forums, and then we talked to the big important groups. So the district council for PTA, DPAC, DLAC, met with parents with students with disabilities. Rachel ran sessions with, there you switch seats with VTA, with CSCA, you're both still here, thank you. Sean and I facilitated a forum with office managers and district secretaries. We've met with principals and assistant principals, and really we did 2 things with site admin. Is meeting with them in person, having forums, and then having them give input on a survey, because we're really trying to build up their efficacy around where does money come from, how is it allocated, and what are we currently doing with it? And because they're running schools and they have very pertinent opinions about what is going on with this. And then the surveys, you can see, you know, a couple hundred total respondents for surveys. We did better than last year, and so our percentage is up, which is fantastic. But it's not massive. Some just quick methodology notes. So when you're in a public forum, if you say something, everyone's gonna know you said it. It also allows for open-ended conversation discussions. And so some of those forums, honestly, it would be me and maybe a family or someone, but like really rich discussions. And what I found is the less people that come to a forum, the longer the forum actually is, because they're able to very tailor to their needs and their concerns. Surveys, so it's anonymous feedback. One of the assistant principals, she's like, oh, can you send me a copy of my results? Because, and I'm sorry, I can't, I don't know which one it is, and I'm not gonna send you everybody's. And so, you know, we play with that tension between anonymous and where and who, and what's not. Staff input, and this makes sense, is more operational. And so when we see that, they talk about systems of things and the impact on them while the families are talking about the user experience. And then Spanish speaking input, because as Trustee Alvarado was talking about before, the percentage of Spanish speaking families in our district, very low turnout. And so we did 2 things with the data from our Spanish speaking families. We included as part of the whole, so not to be left out, but we also pulled out themes for Spanish speaking families from the survey and forums. And we'll look at that tonight because there's some nuances there. And then the last thing is, while insightful, the survey results, they're insightful, but they're not statistically reliable. And the gift of feedback, the big thing, we love listening, we love hearing, but and especially after, you know, some of the discussions that this board just had, there are things the community is saying that don't cost money. We can improve the experience for educators, for students. The way we do things is by manipulating systems and changing how we look at and do things for free. And so that's where some of the gold is through all of this. So this is Dipstick. We told the community, hey, we'll share the results. And so we're sharing results. And so these were questions. This was around goal 1 of the blueprint, of the LCAP strategy 1 of the blueprint. And this is around engagement. And so you can see the blue is agree, so that's fantastic. The middle one is the best, where parents and guardians feel welcome to participate in district activities. Utilizes 2-way communication is lower, but we'll talk about that when we talk about actual themes later on in the presentation. Number 2 is around high quality facilities. And so the welcoming and inclusive is fantastic. And the actual state of the facilities, and I don't think is a surprise or shock to anyone, at a much lower agree level. In area 3, this is where we're talking about mental health and the well-being of children. And so this is a ranked system. The you're looking at before was agree or disagree, etc. This is, you were given 3 options and told to please rank them 1, 2, 3. And you get a choice in what the options were, and you were asked to do all 3. And so screaming out at this to me, and this is correlated to and triangulated with in-person feedback, the love and the passion that our community has for their school counselors and the need that they feel they have for it. And we'll talk more about counselors and some that help, but that really stood out, something to look at. Area 4 is all around the education of children, high quality education. And so
We'll have 2 slides on this, but the majority of people feel as though quality education is being given to their children. And the next slide is the second part of number 4. And when we talk about quality education, what are the areas that are most important to the families who responded to this? And so the highest one is the providing a learning experience that includes critical thinking and meaningful engagement. And I like that engagement part because that word came up earlier when we were talking about board goals. And then the second most important thing is the actual mastery of grade level standards, and then followed by college and career pathways for our families. Number 5 is around sort of the HR standpoint. And so we know we've had some staffing difficulties, and this is just that type of dipstick feedback for people, but people love their community liaisons. Goal number 6 is around the performance framework. And so this is a lot of data experience and are the students receiving the support that they need? And so you can see those there. And then finally, with the charts for the community survey, this is talking about personalized learning and the comprehensive experience of students. And so the biggest takeaway is my child has access to programs or courses that align with their individual interests and career aspirations. This goes back even in the board goal discussion when we talked about engagement, and we went with the students today. We had the superintendent's council and you were there, president. And when they were talking about things that connect to their lives, they lit up. We saw that from the student board rep earlier. And so that's really important. The lowest scoring one is the career superhighway. It's one of those things that it happens and people are a part of it and they don't know it because we don't necessarily like label like this is what you're at right now. All right. So when we took the in-person feedback from our community forums, our parent groups mainly, and we took the survey results, and then we meshed it together and see what is clicking and what's the same between the two. And so academic rigor and differentiation came up. And so academic rigor, things that feed into this theme are around no middle school homework levels. Concerns of, will my student be ready for high school because I'm not seeing a lot of homework come back. Elementary families talk about homework in a different way. They talk about it in terms of communication. How do I know what they're learning, what to help them with if they don't come home with homework? You know, and then high school students have a different take on homework altogether. So it's interesting to see everything come in. Communication and family engagement, a strand that really came through from our families is they love our celebrations. They really like the community updates that are regular. They know when to expect them. And they want to go a step further as partners in education. They want to know, what are we seeing with the kids? What are we struggling with? And how can they help us? And so sort of that invitation as a two-way street in. I have to say, wherever the camera is, athletics, many weepy parents about the importance of athletics. They know there were planned cuts from year 1 to year 2 to year 3 in the LCAP. And so I told them I will stand up and I will talk about that. Athletics builds connection and relationships, and we'll see that come up with the students as well. Mental health, everyone's concerned about the state of youth. And there's not a better way to say it. I can't put chocolate sauce on it. Everybody is concerned. Every group is concerned about the mental health and well-being and the access that they can get and the support they have. Parents, this is interesting. Real life and real world, they're different things. Can they budget? Can they do taxes? Can they do the things that actually make them functional that maybe some other generations learned back in school? But then also real world, what is connecting them to their futures? And the staffing issue from parents, that is mainly from special education parents and concerns about IAs. Okay. Pulling out Spanish speaking themes. So we said we would do that and we would honor that. There's this interesting tension around understanding the clarity of like parental rights and what are we allowed to do, and that current climate may be contributing to that a little bit. They would like to see an increase in bilingual staff, especially around ELD resource teachers and classroom teachers were the specific.
Quick question. Yeah, this is coming from our Spanish speaking parents that want clarity on their parental rights. Is that what you said?
Yep, absolutely.
We think it has something to do with the current situation right now, probably.
Yeah. Increased tutoring and/or, because, and there may be confusion here. There may be tutoring, but we need to know about it if there is. So if there's not, we want it. If there is, we want to know more about it. Simplified communications. Can you give me a paper flyer? And so something that came up continually with our Spanish speaking population is emails do not work. A text message is good, but paper is better. And then transportation concerns and issues about how do we get our kids places.
I have another question. Okay, about the paper?
Yeah.
Is there no problem with the students giving their parents the papers? Or are they asking for mail? How do they want that delivered?
Yeah, so in the old days, we would stuff backpacks, especially in
Right.
elementary school. They missed that. So we went to Peach Jar and we rely on email and so they want to be handed something. And this is, I would say, primarily elementary age item.
Gotcha, thank you.
So right now, we don't send paper, teachers don't send papers home anymore. They use an electronic version.
Thank you.
Right, so our staff, 288 responses, and we don't filter out classified versus certificated. And so this is almost about 10%. And so we're asking about the blueprint. And so they got a different survey than the community gets, and excellent and fair. And so, you know, fairly good chunk feels that they have a good impression of the blueprint. Next slide. This talks about our values. Again, this is a dipstick for the people that took the survey and that were a part of it, but overwhelmingly, the dipstick response, yes versus no, is that they see them in collaboration being the number one value that's coming up for them. And then when we went through their survey responses, mainly the open-ended ones for them, and then also the feedback sessions, this is what we came up with. Collaboration. They are so grateful, they are so thankful that they have their Monday collaboration time back. There's a pithiness about we're splitting it with administration. And no shade to the administration and what's going on, but we want time with our partner teachers. That's secondary, that's elementary, that's everybody. They want time with each other. Communication and input. So we talked about sort of that two-way street with parents about, you know, tell us what are you struggling with, what are you seeing, and how can we help? Staff was saying the same type of things. When we talk about professional development and initiatives, they want input for that. And so we got some comments about we're offering a boot camp this summer. So school ends on like a Wednesday, the next Monday, there's a slew of options that was sent out to teachers of, if you're interested, we will pay you hourly, project-based learning, doing some other great sessions, but they were able to choose what interested them. But they want to also be able to offer like, hey, let's do this, like this speaks to us. And so they want to expand their opportunities. They want to have a voice in how they're developing as professionals. Facilities, it's the same thing, same thing again and again. Focus and workload. So we have many groups that are either concerned about their workload and being overwhelmed, or they're concerned about someone in a different job classification that they see who is overwhelmed. Counselors pop up a lot in this, in the ratio of student to counselors. That gets mentioned quite a bit. Staffing stability and shortages. So instructional aides come up again, having floating aides available for when someone's not gone. This comes up a lot in elementary classes, especially the little ones. When the aide is gone and there's no one to cover, then it becomes chaotic really quickly. Words about reducing the size of the district office, which you've already done, $1.9 million reduction, and those employees have already been notified about their changes. And then systems. So we talked about operational versus user experience between the two groups. So whereas the community had concerns around mental health, behavior, disciplines, so do staff, but theirs is more around the systems of how we're approaching and dealing with some of that. Okay, site admin. So again, they had forums and they had surveys, and we worked really closely to help build their efficacy around the blueprint and the LCAP. Again, facilities and maintenance. This includes fields. This includes possible mold. This includes things working. All the items came up. They're concerned about mental health and behavior. And so I said this would come up, and here it is. All groups. I can't say it enough. Every single group is very concerned about the mental health state of children right now. I think we hoped coming out of COVID, it would get better, and maybe it has gotten better, but that concern is still existent. And this feeds in, because we see listed a lot, mental health and behavior. The mental health and the behavior are seen as like sort of feeding one another and their difficulties. And so I also wanted to point out, I should have said it earlier on these bullets, they're not numbered for a reason. These are alphabetical because not one is more important than another. Facilities isn't more important than staffing fears. Okay, so we just want to make sure that's really clear to everyone. Site admin have, and just because something's listed doesn't mean it's a bad thing. They are excited and want real world learning opportunities and career exploration for their kids. And we heard from a lot of students this year when we were doing the My Plan work and feedback. We heard it today. They want to start earlier. And so the high schoolers, the juniors and the seniors are telling us, we don't want to start in 10th and 11th grade talking about our future because it is too late. And not that we're pigeonholing, but we want to be having exploration and discussion in the earliest years. Site admin, staffing difficulties. Again, this goes back to IAs. This is custodial substitutes. My custodian's out for a week. Who's trashing the campus type stuff. Staffing fears, and so they are worried about losing their learning support teachers. They're worried about counselor ratios, student to counselor ratio sizes. They're in the LCAP for going into year 2. There was a planned reduction of community liaisons that came up as a major pain point. Site admin, and this comes from principal, it also showed up in the staff surveys though from teachers, concern about the loss of assistant principals at elementary. And then streamlining, the reason why specifically is because of the IEP loads. We just went over 20% in special education. And so if someone is sitting, if there's one administrator sitting in IEPs all day long, who is tending to the mental health and the behaviors that keeps coming up. So it's this soup that we got to figure out. I'm glad it's you and not me. Student input. So the most, I don't know, I don't want to play favorites, but that's why we're here. Their concerns, behavior and discipline. They notice the behaviors of others and how it disrupts their classes. And interesting thread that came through on the discipline side is feeling like some kids do something and get nothing and other kids do something and get something. And so they want to make sure there's consistency. Behavior rewards. So the students that know about the systems that have been set up like it, and the ones who don't understand it or maybe the school's having, getting along with their implementation. There were comments about that. And so when specific schools were shared, like we'll share that with them, but principals are also going to get the feedback about their schools. And we're going to go through that. I'm going to walk it through them in May at their principals meeting with them so they can see specific things. Classroom experiences. They want to be engaged. This is another word that came up earlier today. Choice, connected to their futures, hands-on. And so I know engagement is a word that we use a lot, and sometimes we don't know what it really means, but this is what they're talking about. They want to have a choice in, not they need to learn the standards, but they want a choice in how they're able to learn it, how they're able to demonstrate their learning. They want it to be connected to their futures. Again, they want to start earlier with that, and they want to be doing things. And again, we were with each other earlier today with students, that's why I keep pointing to you, but they talked about the hands-on. And when there was a girl earlier, she was talking about AP chemistry and hands-on with the molecules and putting it together, not just lecturing. And she was lit up, and she's still talking about that. That happened in September. She's talking about it still today.
Dr. Good, just for the other board members, they want there, just let them know what happened today, so they're.
Dr. Doyle has a council. It's called the Superintendent's Council for Innovative Learning. And it's representative of all of our schools, including the alternative schools. And it's basically like a student senate. And they help advise, we bring them issues, topics.
High schools.
High schools. Yep, all the high schools are included, including the alternatives. And we meet 4 times a year. Today was the last meeting of the year. And they were telling us, if you hear, this is the ending activity, if you hear what we're saying to you, this is what it would look like. This is what you would do if you're listening to us. I'm excited to go through that information. Yeah, we might want to do a presentation on it at some point. Extracurriculars. You're down 2 bullets is also positive relationships. And because this is alphabetical, they're they're not right next to each other, but they should be. that extracurricular experience for a student, whether it's athletics or band, is not about being a professional drummer and it's not about being in the NFL. In elementary school, they think it is, but at the high school level, they're more real. They talk about extracurriculars in terms of positive relationships with adults. Positive relationships comes up again and again and again. They will love AP chemistry if they love their teacher. And so just like the parents were weepy when they're worried about cuts that were planned cuts for athletics, the students talk about how important that is, and it's because of the positive relationships. Facilities and fields, they have gophers, and that's a problem. Technology, they're kids and they don't like their Chromebooks. They don't like Chromebooks when their battery doesn't stay charged all day. This shows up with staff too about frustration about batteries, because is it that the battery doesn't stay charged all day, or is it that you didn't charge your battery last night? And so they also brought up things like, we want to bring our own devices, but when my device doesn't work at school, they won't fix it for me. But there's actually staff comments in the surveys about frustrations of kids get mad at us, and like you're both saying the exact same thing, which is, I don't know, it's like parenting, I guess. All right, we can go on. In the student forums, they asked the students to go around and what is a word that you would describe your school year as. And so we collect these, we put them in a word cloud, sort of a tradition that happens. And so you'll see good, you'll see excited, you'll see stressful, you'll see challenging, prepared, wonderful, overwhelmed. And so all the words, not hiding them, but this is our youth speaking truth to us as adults with the expectation that we ask them something, so we will do something with it. So when we put all the themes together, this is what we come up with. Communication and input. So really clear communication. That's not just a district thing. And this is when I talked about there are pieces of gold for free. And in our DLAC presentation, we spent a lot of time with some elementary parents who are frustrated. I think you were at the meeting, trying to figure out the school's communication to them, because it's in English and Spanish, and there's a link that then you're supposed to click a link, and the link, and by the time they got to the links, they forgot what they were clicking for, but then they couldn't get back to the original message. So like simple things that we can work with staff and principals on how do we actually layer and structure communication. Consistency, and so students want consistency, parents also want consistency around discipline. I know as a principal, parents get frustrated a lot, like, what'd you do to that kid? And we can't tell them things, but they want to know that there's consistent application and discipline for students. Facilities across the board, focus and streamline, which when we're in an era of declining revenues might be easier for us. So focus in what are the initiatives that we're trying to achieve. That came up. Mental health behavior. I can't say it enough. If you're listening at home, I'm saying it. I told you I would say it. Mental health and behavior, massive concerns. Site admin, parents, students, staff, everyone. Relationships and connection, they matter, and the ways that they get developed matter. Real world engaged learning, staffing, we talked about those concerns, and we talked about technology as well. So on January 16th, so we're done with the feedback. On the 16th, you had a budget development session, and this feedback was given to district staff. Now, can you go to the next one? Now, I want you to think about what that 16th slide, and then on February 6th, you gave some staffing direction. And so Rachel has followed through with this. Based on January and February, in your mind from the community feedback, has anything changed? And we're here to take any additional feedback, because next week we have a workshop. And so what are other things that you want us to consider, think about, explore, come to, what do you want? What additionally do you want me to come to you with on the 24th that you need more information around, priorities that you want to see put down? And Rachel's gonna Vanna White over here
The Sharpie.
with a Sharpie. Thank you.
It's not even colored. Oh, red. Okay, anybody want to start, or do we just pre-roll?
I have an idea, but if someone wants to go first, please, no, okay. So mental health and behavior was a theme that came up with all stakeholders.
Yes.
I would like to see how we can communicate with our families on like, I just finished The Anxious Generation. It took a while.
Oh, so good.
Okay, so the information in the book about going from a play-based childhood to a screen-based childhood, I don't think our families have that information. In fact, I don't think some of our staff has that information, right? Where there's like an over-dependence on Chromebooks and iPads. And how can we focus on getting like this data and information to empower? Because that directly affects mental health, anxiety, low self-esteem, and all this other stuff. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I think that it's information that is not really understood by our staff and families. And maybe we can talk about how we can prioritize that somehow.
I'm gonna intervene myself in your conversation real quick, and I apologize. When on the student survey results, when it said technology, I was talking about the Chromebooks, and I lost myself in the Chromebook thing. But one of the things that came out with technology is they are tired of being on screen so much behind their lap. And this is elementary, this is middle, this is high. They're tired of just being shown videos and movies, and they want to be doing hands-on actual things.
Yeah, so it's almost like a shift, right? Because at first we were like, let's close the digital divide. I think that was the word.
Yes.
And let's get technology into kids who don't have financial resources, but that's not a problem anymore. Now kids who are lower income are spending more time on their devices and on the internet than kids that are middle class because they got extracurricular activities. They have more resources to do that. But I still don't think that all of our families and staff members know that. And I still think there's an over dependence of those screens in class. So as a board, maybe we can discuss how we educate all our stakeholders, from our staff to our families to our students, right?
I appreciate what you say. I actually agree with you. I think that that's a really valuable insight. And I personally, one of the things that I'm concerned about that doesn't get enough talking about, but I think it goes down exactly with what you're talking about, is the addiction to screens that we see. You know, I know that I saw it with my own son, you know, a screen addict. I mean, he thought you were taking away his oxygen if you took away his screens. So I think that goes along with it, and I think that's a really good point. I also am wondering if that's potentially one of these hidden free gems that Dr. Shigella is talking about with regard to, you know, maybe if we spend more time, our kids are spending more time outside, maybe doing science by observing nature in the real world, things like that, that could be something. But that, I think I agree with you. I think that's really good insight. Thank you, Trustee Alvarado.
Can I capture that, okay? I'm sorry. Just communication, provide information.
To everyone.
To everyone.
All stakeholders, from our students, our families to our staff.
Well, I think what we're hearing is also bring in, Trustee Alvarado, research. You mentioned the anxious generation, so that we can start to educate our entire community.
Yeah, and just to add to that, in the last 4 years, we have spent significant more money in mental health services, both, you know, for staffing, for programs. And so you started this conversation by stating, you know, there are areas where we don't spend all the money. And so the question is, you know, if in this mental health, we're not spending the money, what's the reason? And if we can pivot the money that's not being spent, or maybe, you know, getting, you know, figuring out what the bottleneck. But not just that, I think, you know, they're thinking effectiveness, you know, just because we spend the money doesn't mean it's, you know, effectively being used. And so not sure, you know, there's time to like do some analysis of like, if we're spending the money, what are the outcomes? And are the outcomes leading to student achievement, more higher attendance? And then that may be a complex question or set of questions. But if we're spending the money, like definitely want to see, you know, utilized in a positive direction. So that's, you know, just general thoughts. And I know we also have the grant fund that we got. And so just for our understanding, you know, what are like the timelines of that on the expiration of funds, or if we have already, you know, exhausted those questions that come to mind as they're like the mental health.
I think the biggest challenge, especially to our female students in high school, are cell phones. And when I was in the classroom, I could see the effect of somebody getting a text and how it impacted them just by, smiling, and then all of a sudden they are absolutely crushed. And can I leave the room? I have to go to my room. And somebody said something. And I would really like to see us engage with parents to get them to understand that that tool, that cell phone, is hurting their child in some ways. And if they could somehow engage with their kids. I know the worst thing you can do to a child is to take away their cell phone. The worst thing you can do to probably an adult, but nobody's telling us that. But, and I understand that. I'm not saying let's grab the cell phones and, per se, you can play, but I really, if the parents are on board and they can explain it to their kids, maybe the kids could let go of it too. And I would love to see kids get off the social media components, because that's what's crushing them.
Like a community outreach campaign.
Yeah,
Going into the country.
educating parents.
There was a study done, and I'll find it and try and get it to you, where they took a group of teenagers and they said, how much would it cost for you to go off social media for a week? And it was an exorbitant amount. And then they turned around and said, how much would you pay us if we got social media away from all your friends and family? And they said, we will pay you for that. And so it's interesting, because they don't want to be left out.
Right.
That's the thing.
Well, I'm just wondering if our cell phone policy, right now, we have it in middle school and elementary, I think. Oh, it's in high school, but the first 2 years, right?
Yeah, it's just different at each level because it's developed to be developmentally appropriate.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So kids can have work and stuff. I mean, something else, and I know that we're looking at budget cuts, so it's probably not feasible, but I have to reiterate about, we heard it from our student. We hear it at the Superintendent's Council of Innovation Excellence. Smaller processes. The kids want it, the parents want it, the teachers want it, everybody wants it. Right now, probably not feasible in this budget situation, but I would like it to be in there in the discussion. Because I think that also could go along with the mental health, it can go along with a lot of other.
I have something to say, but I don't know how to say it. The whole thing with screens, there's a couple anecdotes I'd like to relate. One specifically was, there was a family that was talking to me about, the ubiquitousness of screens, especially even with our younger kids, so like elementary and younger. And so that's where I think a lot of the families got concerned. And I guess that I don't know if it's a program we have in this district or not, or which one it was, but evidently they could see like how much time a student used it for homework. So so in other words, they were on screens in class, and then they were required to log in and do more screen at home. And then when that screen time didn't happen at home, then an email went home to the parents saying, hey, your kid wasn't on the screen long enough at home. And so it was kind of like, when I heard that, I was like, whoa, that doesn't seem, I know that it's an amazing tool and you can click the buttons and things like that. But even when my own kid was growing up, we had, there was a math program where they would chase the fish and it would, get a bigger number. And then, and it was, these little games, they're like little dopamine hits to your brain. And then, so like a teacher might come in and say, okay, 15 minutes of this exercise, but then everybody put everything away and we're going to have a lecture now. And it's like trying to get everybody to focus on someone who's going to start talking is like the Charlie Brown teacher, right? Right. So that's like what it becomes, because you have like you went from this game where it was kind of like instant gratification, and to now I got to listen to this person with the marker and the chalkboard, and so I don't know if there is a way, and if this is the appropriate forum, we were talking about the LCAP, but to like just basically look at trying to limit screens at the younger ages in the first place. I mean, just altogether.
Depending on the program that the school has chosen for personalized lessons based on their progress monitoring, iReady, MAPS, NWEA. There's definitely a research based on how many minutes they should spend on it, and it shouldn't exceed that, right? And so again, educating parents and teachers, like once the kid has hit that threshold of whatever it is, a week in that particular it's like, it's personalized learning based on their diagnostic. To have clear communication with teachers and staff and families, that's it, no more. I think but I think we have to, don't we all have to have one of those programs, like as an accountability piece? Dr. Doyle, like whether it be iReady or NWA.
We need screeners.
Screeners, right?
Yeah, diagnostic screeners.
To
yeah.
measure progress
Yeah.
with kids, right?
We, as a district, we've already begun to recognize what trustee Markov is talking about, is called plug and play. And that we're moving, this district's already moving away from that, but probably not fast enough. And you are not the first person to say, in particular at the younger ages, we should acclimate them to other human beings and develop their social and emotional capacities. So we hear you, we're working on it, but I love this conversation. This is exactly what the board should be giving us direction on, so that we can move forward with it. In particular, trustee Martin, and your point, we absolutely can stand up an entire focus with our community about this problem, in particular for females at the high school level, very dangerous. We've seen it, we deal with it. We hear you. This is exactly what we need from you tonight. Thank you.
Our young men are at risk too for addiction to pornography and such.
Oh, of course.
So, I mean, it's just different. It manifests itself in different ways. With girls, it's a self-esteem, I'm not good enough, cutting themselves. Boys, it's addiction to those things.
Yes.
And it's opening our kids up to predators online where we wouldn't give them access to physical predators, yet online, you don't know who is behind those screens. So, yeah.
Not to mention the human trafficking aspect of it was, we had that, I think trustee Vargas did that town hall last year about human trafficking where we learned that they have multiple cell phones. That's a sign that someone's being trafficked. So, yeah.
So this was great. You're gonna have lots of time next week to continue to dig into this. I want to thank Dr. Shiga for leading this. Fantastic, and this is the information we needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody want a break right now or? are we
I can
good?
take a quick break.
You want a quick break? Yeah, okay. So we'll take, 5 minutes. Okay. All right, I'm ready when you are. Okay. I'm ready. Oh, Chris isn't here. Well, I'll pull it. Carly, can you make it fast?
Yeah, he was actually pretty quick.
I know, I glanced over it, I saw it wasn't a whole lot.
Sometimes it's good to be last.
Well, we don't have the last dish, we have stuff, we have a hold card, I think, are you the hold card?
For the next item.
The next time.
Are you Serena? Oh, yeah, you're
Yes.
Serena, duh.
We're ready to go. We can do this up.
I never
Chris,
put your
there's no
name right,
action.
I'm like,
Chris?
Yeah, we're good because there's no action.
okay,
All
all right,
I'll
ready?
take notes for a meeting at 9:18. President Marco, Vice President Martin, and to the Board of Trustees, it's my honor and privilege to present to you your annual CNS report on as in accordance with Board Policy 3559. Ms. Carly Lassant will be presenting this evening, our Director of CNS. The presentation is divided into two parts, those that are required according to board policy for us to report to you on, and then a series of resource slides afterwards in case you want them. So it's up front, just about 8-9 slides to get through here before you get through the resource slides, so we meet all of those board required items. Ms. Lassard, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Lisher. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Doyle. Thank you so much for allowing me to present today. So the first part of my presentation, we're going to be going over some key performance indicators. So on your left-hand side of your screen, these are our metrics. How many meals have we served this year so far? And this ends at the end of March. The numbers, the line items that I like to look at is lines 5, 9, and 13, as these show our average percentage of students served on a daily basis. So you can just see those numbers there. We're about 30.6% for breakfast. That number is our only number that's dropped by about 2.5% over last year. We're investigating some reasons why. We have had some menu changes, removing some of those more popular sugary items, replacing them with more protein based. But those small percentage fluctuations are quite normal within a CNS department over year. For lunch, we've held steady, serving about 54.3% of our students on a daily basis. And for supper, we've actually increased up to 7.5%. So we serve a lot of students. What does that actually look like in honor of baseball season? I put it into servings of equivalents of serving everyone at a sold out game at Petco Park.
That's right.
So for breakfast, we would have served everybody for 19 games. For lunch, we would have served everybody for 34 games. And for supper, we would have served everybody for 4.7 games. So overall, a total of 56 sold out games we would have served this year so far. The next item we want to look at is our operations. So looking at our staffing, so we always want to keep an eye on what our vacancy rate is. So right now we're about at 13%. This is quite average for our department as well. This represents 19 positions open currently. We also want to look at our new employees. So we have about 10% of new employees, which is 14 new employees. They're doing excellent. We're so excited to have them on our team. And then alongside with that, we've had 9% of our employees be promoted internally. So this is 13 of our employees. So we're so excited to see them staying with us and growing in their career as well. The next item we love to focus on is our farm to school produce. So this was an item that the board asked us to focus on this year or last year. So we've done that this year. Very proud of our numbers. So our local pounds that we've bought, and local we say is within 75 miles of our central kitchen. So we purchased just under 82,000 pounds of local produce. That is up 64,000 pounds over last year. For California pounds, we're right under 190,000 pounds. And what this looks like is we have put an additional $250,000 back into California produce over last year's numbers. So we're very proud of those numbers. The next item and our last key performance indicator is going to be our student outreach. What's better than getting connected with our students? So for taste tests, this is one of our best metrics to see what items are going to go well with our students before we put them on a future menu. So we've done 21 taste tests over this last year. We're continuing our blend your bikes. We're continuing cooking carts with nutrition education as well. We're continuing our farmers markets. This year we did 13. We would have done 15, but 2 were canceled due to rain events. However, this year, what was unique is we actually held one at Vita, and we introduced that to our 8th grade students. And then we also had one at General Murray, and had our General Murray students and our Alta Vista students be able to participate as well. Last but not least, a monthly item that we have is Harvest of the Month. This is a program where teachers can sign up to participate. They pick up a specialty produce from the kitchen at their school site. They take those items back to their students and have a taste testing party. They do some enrichment, some education. That way the students get exposed to new items. In addition to that, that produce item is offered for lunch every Thursday of that month. So currently we have 140 teachers participating, which is just about 4,300 students in that program each month. Next, we have some menu updates. So in prior years, we would do 3 different menu cycles. So we would have a fall, winter, and spring menu cycle. What this consisted of is breakfast was a 1-week menu cycle. So it would repeat every week. That was for the whole district. For middle schools and high schools, they had a 1-week lunch menu cycle as well. For elementary schools and middle school, or elementary schools, they had a 2-week menu cycle. What we saw with this is students were getting bored because the menus repeated so frequently, and then they weren't getting to see their favorite menu items if it was not on that cycle menu. Additionally, with this is our menu planner was in the office a lot of times, because as soon as the fall menu was done, they had to roll right back into working into the winter menu. That didn't allow that position to go out and do as much student outreach as we wanted. So we then switched our menu cycle to be a semester 1 and a semester 2 menu cycle. We also lengthened the actual repetitiveness or the cycles of the menu. So now it's a 3-week breakfast cycle and a 3-week lunch cycle across the board. So students have more variety on that menu cycle, less repetition, but they still have their favorites as well. That's given a lot of opportunity for our menu planner to go out and have those student outreach opportunities. We've continued to keep our vegetarian options daily for both breakfast and lunch. And these for lunch are hot options, not just cold options. And then we're continuing with less sweet items and more protein-based items for our breakfast menu as well. Finally, we've implemented a software called Menu Logic K-12. This is the software where our leads input their production records. Previously, they would just input it and we wouldn't really be able to get usable data. Now that we have this software, we're able to pull reports that show us meal popularity, meal profitability, waste percentage, which we're just around 3% for the whole district, which is a great number. We can see participation based on school sites and district-wide. And then a really great one for the community members and students is there's online menus that they can go directly to. If they hover over or click on the entree item or any food product that we offer, it'll give the nutrition facts. They can also go to another tab where it will show all of the allergens for that item as well. Next, going into our grants and infrastructure improvement, we fully expensed our local food for schools grant in November. We're still working on expending our kitchen infrastructure and training funds, which are our 2022 grant. These must be encumbered by June 30th, 2025. So we're working our way with contracts. And then we have several completed infrastructure projects that I didn't want to list on the screen, but some of them include our moving our CNS offices into our IMC renovated areas. The central kitchen dishwasher and 3-compartment sink were upgraded. We're continuing to work on updates to our warehouse refrigerator and freezer. Over the summer, all school sites got new ovens. So that was a fantastic infrastructure improvement for our school sites. Breeze Hill received new flooring over winter break. Of course, you know, the Vista High School kitchen expansion, which our team is getting used to having more space, which is excellent. And then what you see on the screen is a cooking cart. This is called a Charlie cart. We just purchased 2 of them. So teachers can go ahead and sign up to get these carts delivered. They select a recipe that they want to create with their class. And then the cart actually comes with curriculum lesson plans that the teachers can use alongside those recipes to help with their student teaching.
And Carly, as you're going through this, again, for our newer board members, let them know, where does this money come from?
Yeah.
All the stuff you've been talking.
Great question. So all of this money comes from our Fund 13, which is, comes from our reimbursements for our school meals. So when we serve a breakfast, when we serve a lunch, when we serve a supper, we get reimbursement back from the state and back from the federal government. And that's what funds our program is Fund 13. So going directly into that, school nutrition programs can only have a 6-month of operation of spending of reserves. Sorry, school nutrition programs can only have a 6 months of operating expenses in reserves. Once you hit that 6-month reserve limit, you are required to go on a spending plan with the CDE. We are currently on a spending plan. So our current spending plan is at $4.6 million. We must have that money spent down by school year 28-29. If for whatever reason we can't spend that money down, we can get an extension with CDE. They are very flexible. They want you to be able to spend your money, so they're very helpful with that. So on the right hand side of your screen, you can see a list of different projects that we've either completed, ones that are ongoing, or ones that are planned in the future. This list will continue to grow as we continue to do assessments of our school sites and see what additional items we can put in with our central kitchen.
Can you explain item 3 to the board? I know that can have some questions. So if you just take a moment to explain item 3 on that list.
Thank you. So the CNS food truck. So this is a project that we've been working on for a couple of years now. We're in the final stages. So this is a food truck that we will be getting. It'll be serving reimbursable meals. Specifically, we'll start piloting it at I'm hoping our smaller high schools, and then moving on to our larger high schools as well as our middle schools. Another point of this is we want to work with our CTE department to see how we can get students involved, creating the menus, creating the flyers, working on the food truck. How can we get them hands-on experience to work on this truck as it rotates throughout the different school sites?
I want to work on that truck. That'd be cool.
I eat it. I know, I wanna eat it. Is it got tacos? Taco
Yeah.
Tuesday.
That is an item.
We have tacos and positions available.
Yes. So thank you so much. I will open it up to board feedback.
Okay, anybody want to start?
Long-range facilities master plan, are there items on there that have to do with the kitchen at any of our schools, our older schools, that we could use that spending plan for?
Yeah, so we were happy to follow up with more details on this. The simplest answer to that is already happening. Everything that you've seen derived from KID funding and other funds, everything we're doing is aligned with that long-range facility master plan and prioritized within that plan.
Anyone else? I have, I keep hearing about, I'm hopeful with the trucks, the food truck, because I keep I still get feedback that the food is not very good. And now that with the ovens, I'm wondering if that's intended to sort of help with that meal prep aspect of it.
You want to comment specifically on pizza boxes and central office pizza?
Yes, so with pizza, there are some challenges because we make those, cook those off in our central kitchen. When we're finding that the hot boxes that we use to transport them, they are great at keeping temperature. They're also really great at keeping steam. And so that can decrease the quality of the food. So we're doing a couple of different tests to see how we can improve the quality of the foods that come from there. And then that's another item that we're working with taste tests on. So I appreciate that feedback, is getting out to the students. What are they liking? What aren't they liking? One thing with taste tests that we're finding is when we do it separate from the lunch line, we get great feedback. Students love the items. And then we put it on the menu and it doesn't do as well. So we're trying to navigate how we can trial items in the lunch line along with their current menu items to see how it actually stands up to some of their fan favorites as well.
Do you have any sort of like surveys that you do where you like have voting on certain entrees and see what it?
Yeah, so a couple times a year, I believe it's about twice a year, we send out student surveys. So this is open to parents, staff and students to be able to participate in. And they can provide us feedback of what their favorite items are, what their least favorite items are, along with items that they would like to see on the menu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
No, I'm really impressed though. It's very good. And all these costs are coming out of what you're gaining.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Carly.
thank you, Carly.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else?
Thank you so much.
Moving on, we are at 18C, Summer 2025 Expanded Learning Opportunities.
Another short one.
And it's, okay, all right, a short one, 5 minutes.
Yes, okay.
So before Narita starts, we did want to do it because this is a huge program in our school district. Many kids benefit from it. So normally we put it in Friday letter, but a lot of our teachers work hard on that. Go ahead, Narita.
Yes, and I also wanted to share that last week we did give an update to our families in the community update. But just in general, our fall summer program is going to have a window specifically for the AM/PM program from June 9th through August 1st. We have specific school sites that are hosting, which are Breeze Hill, Alamosa, Foothill Oak, Grapevine for TK4 students, and we will still be utilizing our Vita Olive campus for current 5th through 7th graders. This is open to all students, no cost for most. Priority registration is for unduplicated student counts, which are students that are low income, students that are foster youth. And when listening to the presentation of the feedback on LCAP and hands-on, this is a great opportunity for our students to experience hand-on educational activities like culinary classes, field trips, interactive, we're gonna have interactive vendors, Challenge Island and Steam Museum and so forth. So that is all that we have planned for AM/PM. Now, in addition to that, we also have extended school year, which is the specific services that our students qualify for that have special education services. And so they're also going to be participating in their programs with their gen ed peers at the same school sites. So we did a breakdown of the timeframes and dates, which is still June 9th up through July 3rd. And in addition to that, we have California Avenue, we have our middle school site and high school site, which is VATSI. And again, this is all based on qualification when it refers to ESY, which is an extension of the school year, but we also do integrate fun and learning engagement opportunities for our students. And then moving on more intensely into our elementary intervention and enrichment, because we want to be very strategic about elementary literacy intervention, newcomers, any of our students that have been here 12 months or less, at-risk LTELs, DLI Spanish language development, and VAPA. And so again, all of these programs that are we have oversight in collaboration with multilingual programs. We are using the same school sites and using data to reach out to specific students who may benefit from this intervention and enrichment. And then this graph here is a breakdown so that you will see the school sites and all of the programs that are going to be happening at the 4 school sites. And then moving on to middle school, this is additional intervention enrichment. And also we have the window of June 9th through the 20th. All school sites are going to be hosting their own intervention enrichment programs with the focus also for transition for our incoming 6th graders, continuing 7th and 8th graders based on needs and interests. With that, we will be offering English language art reading interventions for each grade level, math interventions, welcome to middle school, which is the transition for our students, more enrichment opportunities that go even beyond the specific day of intervention. And they're going to be able to participate with arts, coding, sports, and STEM, and DLI language development at both Roosevelt and Madison. And then high school intervention enrichment. We're going to have 2 windows, June 9th through July 18th, Monday through Friday, and some will go into August. They will be hosted by all comprehensive and our alternative schools based on needs and interest. And we're going to be having the offerings of credit recovery, teacher-led pilot, and then we will also have a form of Edgenuity. Bridge programs, non-credit, math interventions for incoming 9th grade students, also LTELs, newcomers, Spanish honors, AVID, and also we will integrate student orientations because this helps with our students that are transitioning from the middle school side to the high school. And enrichment programs, non-credit that will include arts, sports, music, and junior ROTC. Questions and comments? I went a little fast.
Thank you, Dorita, you did great, thank you. Okay, and any questions, comments?
Yeah, for the middle school DLI, are we having students from outside the district that have been part of DLI coming into those? I mean, Mass is probably, brand new, but now we have
good evening. Yes, we do have students coming for incoming sixth grade to Roosevelt and Madison. We do have students coming from either Grapevine or Alamosa. We do not have any information right now of students who have been enrolling for sixth grade in the DLI program, but if they do, we will invite them.
So there is a plan for them to have specific supports in terms of Spanish development that are going to be going into the program.
got it. And then for the high school, I know last year we got a comment about credit recovery where like a student completed that in a single day for a single semester. What has been done since then?
So anything that is missed, so going back to the slide of the high school intervention. So looking at anything specific that a student has had to retake, it's not just done on Edgenuity. We're actually this year, due to our MOU too, which is allowing also the additional planning time for our teachers, we will be offering what it is QR integrated English, which will be the in-person option. Of course, our goal is to be able to bring in more teachers that are available to teach in the summer. We do have to have an Edgenuity credit recovery option, but all of our teachers and our programs are being set up when it comes to QR, which is the qualitative reasoning, any of the English, all of those courses we want to offer in person.
But for somebody still just taking the online course of Ingenuity, they can still complete it within a couple days.
They can still complete it within the program that is offered during the summer, yes.
Got it.
Thank you, anyone else? Oh, do you have one? No. Are you sure? I have a quick question, I didn't see anything there for English learners.
Oh, no, there's quite a bit there.
Yes, so also with secondary, we are focusing with LTELs, newcomers. And so it's being very
Gotcha.
specific, so that we're actually monitoring, utilizing our assessments that we have, LPAC scores and so forth, to reach out to those specific students.
Okay, so LTEL is a new one. for me.
Long-term English learners.
All right, okay, I got you, thanks. Okay, okay, moving on, thank you.
Thank you.
Vista Innovation Design Academy construction timeline. Dr. Lusher, quickly.
Be happy to work at the pleasure for how quickly. The quickest summary is it's on track.
That works. I don't know, no, go ahead. A little bit.
Little long.
5 minutes.
All right, we will give you a little bit longer. As we move into this particular item, if we go back one slide to slide 2, do we just want to make sure we communicate the same message we're communicating out to the parents and the community? There are 2 categories of improvements happening at this site. Category A is location site-based. These were planned activities. Category B is Vita program-based. And these are broken into various phases. So we want to make sure we're focused on the various phases and where we are on each one. So the construction in phase 1 is focused on what are we doing to get Vita there? What is happening to get them there? And what are we doing? And that is listed here on slide 3. We have input sessions every month from students, staff, parents, guardians. These are either site-led, Dr. Doyle and myself have been present at many. Trustee Morocco was present at one of them where she came in and we work with the families. A lot of 6th grade families, incoming families are at the one that Trustee Morocco or President Morocco is with us on. So we go in and we basically provide them this sort of cyclical partnership of happening, and we have our architects involved and everybody's there. Where applicable, some things go for some state reviews. We have discovered some things along the way. You always do. That's the joy of some of this. But here is the underlying message. The construction status is literally you passed an item the last board meeting. We went to work 6:30 a.m. the next morning. That's how quickly work started. All right. So there wasn't a delay or a lag. Some of the work is inside the building, some is outside, and the contracted end date of this first phase of construction is August 8th. So we've been trying to communicate that out to the community, August 8th, so that way, when we say that, it doesn't mean construction stops on August 8th. It means all the construction trailers and all the cleaning and everything's done, and you have to be off campus by August 8th. So that way, everybody can be welcomed back to campus. And this happens in different phases. So here's an overview of what it is. Category A is underway and on schedule. Category B is underway and on schedule. So let's look at what that looks like overall. We have a online, what we call a Ready, Set, Go board. It's a simplified board for the community. It's updated every week in real time. It's on the Vita site, it's on our site. This is the most simplified version that we can provide to people on this. If you see a check mark, it is done in green, meaning all checked off. If it's in blue, it's completed in some way, but it's undergoing some ongoing items, okay? Then you see something like construction. This is that site-based. The remediation we told you about, we started that the next day. And this metric's no longer valid. It's it was 50% last week when we posted. We're almost at 60% right now. So we're progressing all of the time. But that's ongoing. And then we go through this process that's a little more ambiguous at the end called commissioning. That's the cleaning, making sure it's done right. We go through these inspection processes, everything else. Trustee Martin brought this up this night. She's asked about some contracts and she said, well, is this included in the price? It is. Those are the sorts of things that are there that you don't always see. It's not the construction. So all of those are in play. For that Vita-based program, we are already on some things underway, the design of the black box theater for this phase, meaning getting us there. That is already the design done, the approvals are done, the contracting is almost entirely underway. Construction's at 50%. We're already there. You're gonna see some photos. It's already painted, things are happening. Choir room is similarly at that percentage. Design hub is happening in various aspects. Demo already started this last week. It's a little higher than 10% now. So you can see we're underway. But here is sort of the bigger picture message as we sort of close out this presentation. This was always said to be the first step. There are going to be additional steps. That's why the board took the opportunity to contract an architect longer term. So that way they can look at this site as their site now. That means some revisions to that site master plan. That was done with a different team. That has to be conducted. We also have to have some knowledge on the things that they want. They have some amazing ideas for what to do with the theater spaces, how to double end the stage so it could go out into both the gym space and be utilized in different ways that are structural elements. But those are all longer term plans. Those are plans for months, not just months, but years in order to develop structural element. But the big message to bring back before we open up for questions for you is simply, what is happening? What is the summary of this, which is the final slide? Information of the current construction schedule indicates on, we just call it our green, which is we're met all of our timelines on the final slide. We will continue with our community meetings as we go through this. We have one more general community meeting coming up. We just completed one. You'll see the presentation on the Friday letter. And it is our anticipation that we are going to do all the construction on schedule. However, we always have backup plans. And we just need to put that out there. When we go into things and we do things, we have backup plans. If we find, and we don't say it because we don't jinx it, although I'm not superstitious. If we find X, this is the plan to address X. Contingency plan is this item can be done like this now to move to fall break for when the students are on campus. If we find Y, this moves to winter break, and that's still within the contract. So, but we do have what we call they're called failure mode plans, but that's what they're called in the industry. So we do have all that in place. They are in place. We did report to the community just this week, and we will continue with working in partnership with the site, who's been amazing about all this, to work through each of the items, including the purchasing plan for many of the items. So that is the brief report for you.
Well, we also meet with the staff. We've met with the staff every month.
Student, staff, and
I know we're in a hurry, but there is one element that's not on here, but it's really important because it's about to happen, and that's the move. 30 seconds on the move.
The boxes are arriving, so anticipation on the campus is going to start. The move plans have started, because as we finalize the construction plan, we can start to do that, because they need to plan for extended learning opportunities in the summer. So they're planning what they're going to do on which campus in what order, because they want a little bit of both. But the move plans are in place. The movers, Corrigan, have been contracted. They were pre-approved by the board on the previous cycle. It's all within our budget, but that is happening. And the move plan will start to kick up, more and more active here in the upcoming weeks. The great news about this move, unlike the other moves, because I know some of us, well, perhaps not the board, this is my shock. When we had to move Bovier, you had to get everything right. You couldn't leave anything behind because the next day they demolished the site, right? This site's not being demolished. So if teachers are feeling a little trepidation and they say, I leave something behind, and then they get a few weeks into the school year and they say, I've decided I want it. We still have it. We're not throwing anything away. All right. So we do have a lot more leeway and latitude here.
Thank you. Questions, comments? No, okay, seeing none, we're moving on, thank you. Visible, it's 18E, and we have a whole card, Serena Polk. Oh, Pelka, sorry. Serena Pelka.
Thank you. I will keep this brief as well.
You waited, you can take your full 3 minutes, we're fine with that.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. My name is Serena Pelka. I'm a policy advocate at Climate Action Campaign. And our mission is to create a pollution-free future where everyone can thrive. And so as we work towards this collective future, we're concerned with how using dangerous fossil fuels in our schools contributes to poor air quality and to pollution. However, the good news is that there are solutions and technology that exists to replace gas infrastructure with all electric alternatives that can run on renewable energy and ensure that schools are, as our community hubs, are healthy for students, staff, and for the wider community. So firstly, I really wanted to actually acknowledge Vista Unified, the dedication of the board and the hard work of so many staff members for already prioritizing clean air and taking real action to reduce pollution for your students, teachers, and staff. So grateful for your time today, and I'll just briefly share a little bit more about the importance of continuing this progress by setting goals for electrification at the district. So electrification goals can include many things, including replacing gas appliances with efficient electric alternatives at the end of their useful life. So if a HVAC system burns out, you replace it with one that is all electric. It would also include building new construction all electric, expanding green jobs curriculum, electrifying bus fleets, investing in clean energy, and so much more. So as you hear these, and as you already know, the district has already made significant accomplishments in each of these areas as a way to build resilience for the district and for the students. So a resolution with clear timelines and targets for this work will really serve as a guidepost to keep the district on track to make progress and be well prepared for long-term infrastructure updates. It will weave electrification into infrastructure considerations, like many of which we've already heard of this evening, to ensure that the smartest updates possible can happen. And a commitment will make sure the district maximizes the efficiency benefits of modern electric appliances like heat pumps. So I know many heat pumps have already been installed across the district. These come with advanced filtration, and it will bring the cost savings of that reduced energy use. And most importantly, to me anyways, it's a really vital opportunity to gain major pollution reduction benefits. The best outcome is making sure schools are the healthiest places possible that they can be for kids. Other districts in the region have adopted similar resolutions and are implementing them with success. So as we've been part of this process in other areas, we see how electrification actions contribute to the priority of healthy spaces for students and for staff. So given the district's current climate achievements and its investments in solar already, going all electric will create real cost savings that can be put back into the classroom to teachers and to students. The action of the district are always teachable moments for students, and we definitely owe it to them to create healthier, cleaner schools and communities that are resilient and sustainable. So I appreciate your time and happy to meet with any of you. I know we're getting late into the meeting, so happy to answer questions, but continue the conversation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Okay.
Quick slide.
Quick slide.
Sorry.
Are we voting on this tonight? We are not.
No.
No, information.
Yeah, information item. real quick here, we're gonna give a very brief overview. I'm not gonna read anything. You've been through these slides on several occasions. Our formal time that we present on the Climate Action Committee is in the summer in July each year. We bring forward goals. And the purpose of this presentation is we wanted to make the board aware, the Climate Action Committee, where I chair, we are planning to make a recommendation to adopt a resolution. This is not an either or situation. And I want to be really clear about that as we present all of these items. This is not either we are clean and green or we're cost efficient. This is a situation where these go hand in hand, very similar to some of the work you got to see some of my joy of my work with Carly earlier tonight, where you talk about over 62,000 pounds more locally. That also takes carbon off the road. It's better for the environment, it's better for kids' nutrition, and it's better for the economy. Right? These do not have to be oppositional forces, and that's part of what this is about. So as we go through tonight, we've listed out our members for you, our student members that are participating, all of the things we normally do as a professional courtesy, but we really want to cut to the resolution highlight, because these are not going to sound like new things, because they're not. Because what we have is we have several things listed in different places, whether it's the long-range facility master plan or other items that are all over the place. What this resolution does is helps us bring everything together. And as Serena pointed out, who's been wonderful to work with, this is something that just formalizes it, provides some very clear targets and dates. So let's be clear, first of all, what are the resolution highlights? It applies to new buildings and modernizations. For example, are we building the first all-electric school? Right now, the answer is yes. Bovier Elementary is the first all-electric school that's 90% off the grid, meeting and exceeding all of the criteria within here. Replacing existing gas systems at the end of the useful lifespan. What research shows on this is that is the most cost-effective and efficient way to go. That dealing with those natural gas lines is to dig them up and do things to them. There's better ways to go about doing them. Vehicles that are subject to this, well, earlier this evening, you passed a resolution on EV vehicles that help us further our electric fleet. The bus fleet is already well underway at nearly 80% electric. So these are also in the works. For career technical education, Mr. Robert Crowell is the co-chair of this committee. He heads career technical education, and they are developing these things now, because when you look at the green careers, whether it be working for SDG&E or contracting or across the board, these are embedded into a number of fields. So they're embedding those and they're dealing with those now. Now, of course, there's the phasing out of fossil fuel usage by 2035. I have wonderful news for you on this front. You are sitting in a school district that is 100% off of fossil fuel for its electricity right now. We passed that 2 board meetings ago and we took action on that the next day. All right. So we're making progress in each area. Ensuring that the work meets current state requirements or through organized labor that meets all of those requirements is something that is in part already in codes for some school districts. So this does provide some dates. We do have some wordsmithing that we want to propose back to the board as we go through this. There was a request, and one of the requests has to do with the practicality of some of these things. We're an emergency shelter. We are emergency transportation services. What do you do if there is, God forbid, a fire in the region and we need to multiply, we need to be doing things and there's no electricity in the area? Keep in mind, no matter what the natural disaster, one of the number one things that gets knocked offline is electricity. So we have to have some of those plans, and some of our directors want to talk that through. That's natural, and that's good that they have that lens, right? Okay, so we have to talk through some of these things. We also want to talk about what are the contracting cycles and the things that go with it. What are our options? So we do plan to revise some of that. It is slated for the next Climate Action Committee meeting, but we didn't anticipate, with due respect to the board, that we would be able to bring this back to you for conversation with the budget cycle coming up until we got to July. So we'll see if we can get it for the next one and get things proposed to you. But you can plan to see something of this nature by July this year, and that was the purpose of this evening's discussion. And I know that President Morocco was at the last meeting. I had a family emergency and I needed to attend to somebody, and President Morocco and Mr. Crowell were present. Mr. Crowell ran the meeting for me. So that's the presentations for this evening.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I have a question about the policy we passed in July of 2019, and it was the call to climate action 20. It was resolution number 20-02. I don't know, it says 19, but I remember passing it.
Yeah.
How have you guys looked at that to see like how we can overlap or include things that we still haven't accomplished from that first resolution?
Thank you very much, trustee Alvarado. Yeah, when we would do a resolution, the first thing that would occur is I would be charged with making a policy review to look at existing policies across the board to see how this would lay out. That would be one of the first policies to be addressed to see if there are any dates or times that would, well, let's be more specific. There will be dates and times that need a modification and some language to that. But there's two different aspects to all of this. When you have board policy and the bylaws, that's the policy level. The actionable levels down on that are different. The main things that would be changed are in the administrative regulation function. And that's something that the superintendent and I, the cabinet, work on together with what do you go and how are your process steps for doing that. So for example, and then below that is what we call the procedure level. And when you go through that, that's how it will lay out. Is first you would determine the resolution, then we would revisit all of those policies. You would see us go through a quick rapid policy cycle coming back to you. I know that gets tiring. Where we come back to you and say, here are the policies you would have to revise with the following dates and times.
But we can, in the meantime, we can provide you an update on how much progress we've made on that particular policy.
It was very brief and specifically, I think the biggest thing from that resolution, but it directly connected to this one was a committee.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, just to be more specific for I think one of the biggest ways we have an impact is, the education to our youth. I do see here that we talk about career and technical education, but also back in 2023, the governor signed AB 285 that talks about climate literacy. And so within, if somebody does not take a CTE pathway, making sure that we incorporate that, and that it's not only just CTE, bound.
Yeah, good point. One of our focuses in our school district is the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And a big part of that is climate literacy.
Yeah.
So we're working on that. I can't say that it's across every school in the district, but it's already pretty heavy in our district.
Yeah, and I mean, the clear example of that be, problem solvers globally, and, they talk about that in some, in many ways that I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
And then lastly, thank you, Serena, for staying till the very end.
I know.
Appreciate
Thank
you
you
coming
so
all the way down.
I do have, because I think the only one here who was actually at that meeting, so I want to stress that this resolution, the wording is very flexible if we need to, at any time, for whatever reason, unforeseeable stuff, we have to, Tracy brought up, for transportation, brought up a really good point. She said when we are transporting our students long distances for like CIF stuff, the electric buses do not travel long distances as well as a diesel bus. So while we would love to go 100% electric bus, it might behoove us to keep a diesel vehicle until such time as the electric buses can get that far. So those are, so the wording was purposefully flexible in a situation like that, but still firm enough to make our commitment to electrification very, that we are fully committed to it. So I was very happy with the direction and the conversation and the resolution. I do have a question for Dr. Loescher. Are we looking at doing any sort of battery backups on our buildings that have solar?
Yeah, so Bovier currently has battery backups built in. We're looking for the transportation yard at a couple of options because battery backups of that size, it's not practical to be able to back up that much for the electric buses. So we're looking at emergency generators as our backup for those items. For our current solar structures, we have some decisions to make about ownership of them because of the style that we go through, but they're on a lease program on others. as we go through that process, it is in the long-range facility master plan to address backup battery structures for them. This is just really good, not just for emergency management, but how we go about communicating is based upon electricity. Okay, so it's just part of that process, and we're currently underway with it.
Well, we do, I can see that we do a lot of evening activities. You would be surprised at the school, but we do.
Yeah.
And those battery backups could save us a ton of money on electricity. So,
There is one other element, Dr. Loser, perhaps 30 seconds on, we do have one other battery backup that's in its finalization phase, so tell about our tech hub. And the server room.
Yeah, so you're gonna see, our new server room is one that does have battery backup facilities. We're actually experimenting with all that. In the Friday letter this week, you're gonna see the complexities of it. These are really complex systems, to get going. The purpose here is information flow, whether for emergency information or taking attendance, testing information. During testing season, we can have the systems go down, right? All of these things are interconnected. So we have to have those as part of our ongoing new designs for just baseline operational efficiency at any given time. So those are built into our new ones. We'd love to show you some of that work as it goes online here in the next few weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, moving on, we're going on to number 19, district announcements, superintendent comments.
I am ready for you to move on to 20. I can make comments later. I do have to say though, Arts and Arts was amazing. Thank you all for coming. I know it's hard to get out. It sent a really great message to have all 5 board members there. Thank you. We do appreciate it.
Awesome. Okay, moving on, 20, board business and discussion. A, adopt resolution 2526 to declare Friday, May 2nd, 2025 as School Lunch Hero Day. And I think that's why Carly's still here.
He's waiting for it.
Well, President Morocco, this item is actually over to you each year, along in partnership. Why we select this date to report on CNS is this is an ideal opportunity to engage in the national activity. And May 2nd, nationally, is our School Hero Lunch activity. And this is an opportunity for the board to have a resolution and proclamation celebrating that and making this day, May 2nd, 2025, School Lunch Hero Day across Vista Unified School District. So we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion to adopt resolution 2526 to School Lunch Hero Day, May 2nd, 2025.
I move to approve 28 and adopt the resolution 25-26.
Okay, it's moved by trustee Alvarado. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Vargas. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any nays, any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Yay. Sign that one. Okay, moving on. Agenda 20. Request for future board agenda items or other business.
I do have one. I walked the RBB campus with Dr. Doyle and Dr. Loescher the other day, and I would like you to proceed looking at usable classroom space for as they move into the next school year with their A through G.
Thank you. Anyone else? I have one, I have a couple actually. I would like us to look at pursuing a bond, a parcel tax and a sales tax. So let's just kind of investigate. There's that. And then Dr. Loescher brought up something in this last presentation about green jobs.
So you said bond, parcel tax, sales tax.
Yes.
And we just need to get consensus from the board on this because we're gonna use district staff to look into this. I'm assuming you all have consensus. So I just want to make sure we take a look at that.
Okay. And then the next one is Dr. Loescher brought up about green jobs. I wouldn't mind seeing sort of what we have in mind for future jobs for our kids in CTE with regard to.
Yeah, Robert Kroll can do a great presentation of that.
Yeah, okay. All right, it doesn't have to be next month. Okay, so the money is more critical. All right. Okay, board members, reports or comments. I'll start with trustee Vargas.
Yes, all right. What has happened in the last couple weeks? I know I was here for the first equity council with Superintendent Doyle, and you know, although it was the last meeting, it was my first meeting, so it was great to hear from parents and our students and staff about, you know, some of the priorities and things that they're accomplishing. Tomorrow morning, I have some time, Dr. Dill's like to do some site visits. Chris just sent you a whole list of events that I'm able to attend for the end of the year celebration. And then last, I think that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Aurora?
One comment, Vista Unified we've got like a perfect score from the Taxpayers Association on our bond, and I know there was like rumors that we didn't use the public's money very well, but we are on the list, along with Rosemont, Miracos, San Diego Unified, and San Isidro for having perfect scores in 2024. So shout out to everyone involved in making sure that, we are being good stewards of taxpayer money. I went to Madison and visited Madison, and it was great walking to school and seeing how the kids were adjusting. I was really impressed with their little CTE. They have like different stations, and I was thinking like, if we have to spend money in nutrition, can we buy them little kitchens? Because I have like a little makeshift kitchen in the middle school. I don't know if we can do that, but I was just thinking out loud. I went to the ribbon cutting for the North County LGBTQ Center, and they do amazing things for our kids, and they're saving lives, and I'm just grateful for how they support our students and our staff members as well. I went to the dual language meeting, and I know we're discussing on how we recruit teachers for the middle school to continue the program, and how we get teachers with BCLAT to be able to fill that need. So perhaps that might be something I'd look into at NALEO. I don't know how we can continue to grow the teachers that are needed for the dual immersion program. I went to Hanalei and walked that school and visited, oh gosh, their room that was paid with Medicare funds for the kids with special needs. It's amazing. Can we do that at other schools?
You talk about a sensory room.
A sensory room. I think we need one for staff too. With Medicare, I'm serious. It was amazing. Do we have those at all sites? I know Temple Heights has one.
We do. We have sensory rooms. They're not all exactly the same, but yes, we have sensory rooms at all the sites that have high needs, students with special needs.
Well, as our IEPs continue to grow at 20%, we might want to look at how Medicare funding can help us do that.
Roosevelt has this one too.
Yeah, so, gosh, there was a lot, but we all went to Art Under the Stars, and that was amazing too. I mean, gosh, what a wonderful night. Anyways, shout out for our perfect score for our bond.
Thank you. Trustee Marco?
Well, so in my time since the last meeting, I went to Art Steering Committee, also obviously the Arts Under the Stars, and I think I visited FAPA. So that was a nice experience walking that campus.
Okay, and Trustee Martin?
I spent, I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, a leadership day at Monte Vista. That was really incredible. It was student led, and I had a tour with a couple of kids that were diligently trying to keep me on the tour. As you know, people are stopping and wanting to talk to me. Nope, we gotta go on the tour. But it was a lot of fun. I forgot how much I liked just working with kids. So that was it was a blast. Other things too, but that was the highlight.
Thank you. I went to, Trustee Martin was under the weather, and so I filled in for her at UAC, which was my honor. So anytime I'm glad to do that. Climate Action Committee, I went to that. I also went to the AI in Education. I think the convention that was down in San Diego last weekend, and that was pretty interesting. I saw the latest in all this AI technology.
We had a team there too. We just had a team.
Right. And I went down there and I
got a couple, there were a couple programs that impressed me, so I sent them over to Dr. Doyle.
We're checking it out.
Yeah, so, that was really fun. And then today was my favorite. No offense to any of the other committees that I'm on, but my favorite committee is that Superintendent's Council of Education Excellence. I'm gonna go into withdrawals until next year. It's so great to talk to those kids and see the great things they're doing. But anyway, so that was me and the Arts Under the Stars, which, by the way, tell your Heffa that, the La Heffa, that I loved the little box of crayons that her kids, they were all in different little
Yes.
shirts. They looked like a box of crayons, those little kids that were reading music. That was so cute. Anyway, so moving on.
President Morocco, just one. quick
Yes,
thing.
sure.
I gotta give it a shout out to one of our teachers, Sarah Spiggs was recognized by the city council and has her official day, so if you're watching, Sarah, congratulations, we're so
Yes.
proud of you.
It's amazing, yeah. We actually went over and visited her
Yeah.
and congratulated Sarah. You were with us,
Yep.
Trustee Marco.
There's one more thing that the district should be really proud of, and I forgot that I attended, was the Purple Star event for how we serve military
Oh, yeah, that
families.
was
3 of
awesome.
our schools were recognized for what we do to serve our military families. It was Vista High, Mission Vista, and what was the third one?
Colby
Dr.?
Park, one of our.
Well, oh, the charter school, and so that was a really
Not
great
Mohawk, I'm
event.
sorry, Bellamente, not
But
Mohawk.
Bellamente, excuse me,
Bellamente.
down at SeaWorld with
Yeah.
people from all over the county and military folks and families. And so we should be proud of how we are
That's right.
meeting the needs of our military families, because they have a lot of gaps from changing duty stations, changing schools, and it's hard for them.
Thank you. And then I also forgot that last night, I couldn't believe space, I did kids night out at the Boys and Girls Club, which was so fun. That's another one. Okay, moving on. Anybody else? Okay. Moving on, board member reflections on board meeting. Anybody have any comments? Seeing none, next regular board meeting is Thursday, May 15th. We are going to close open session and reconvene in closed session. So open session ends at 10:14 PM. I'm adjourning it.